My nose is dry. Finish me. Alright. It's book reading time, I guess. Yeehaw. Okay. We're on chapter 5, 6, 7, 8. We're on chapter 8 now. Out of 16. We're halfway there, living on a prayer. Yeah. Alright, let me put the thing up again. The thing. Excuse me. The last chapters we read were the heart of whiteness, struggles and alliances, contradictions of nation and class, settler trade, unionism, colonialism, imperialism, and labor aristocracy, the U.S. industrial proletariat, and breakthrough of the CAO. Yeah. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay. VIII, Imperialist War and the New American Order. G.I. Joe, the fan says supermarket. Yeah. It's President Fuck-Ass Johnson and his homies, Billy and Bob. AF of L, 100% for defense, buy defense bonds. Full cooperation of organized labor. In efforts to win World War II was enlisted by President Roosevelt. Roosevelt insisted that labor be represented on the War Labor Board as equals with business to help maintain both production and labor standards and to settle disputes. Labor's drive to sell revenue-raising war bonds was symbolized in this poster presentation to Roosevelt at the White House by then AFL President William Greene and Secretary Treasury George Meany. Man. The Saturday Evening Post ran a series by GIs on what I am fighting for. One characteristic article began, I'm fighting for that big house with the bright green roof and the big front lawn. Not even fighting for my cunt tree or whatever. I'm just fighting for big house. And a lawn full of fuck-ass grass. Not even a single actual plant with a flower in sight. No. World War II is the answer to every settler's prayer. Renewed conquest and renewed... Hold on, let me adjust my microphone position again. Move it forward a little. Renewed conquest and renewed prosperity. The New Deal's domestic reforms alone could not get capitalism going again, and even though the CIO had won large wage increases in basic industry, the peacetime economy was incapable of providing enough jobs and profits. As late as early 1940, the unemployment rate for Euro-American workers was still almost 18%. Expansion of the empire was the necessary basis of new prosperity. Although wars are made of mass tragedy and sacrifice, the most successful of all American wars was a happy time for most settlers. That's why they look back on it with so much nostalgia and fondness, even with a pathological TV comedy about fun in a Nazi POW camp. We could say that this was their last big frontier. Historian James Stokesbury notes this in his summation of the war. One of the great ironies of the American war effort was that it was borne disproportionately by relatively few people, in spite of the huge numbers of men in service. Second only to Russia among the Allies, only a limited number of them saw combat. For the vast majority of Americans, it was a good war, if there can ever be such a thing. People were more mobile and prosperous than ever before. The demands of the war brought the United States out of a deep depression, created new cities, new industries, new fortunes, a new way of life. Isolated in its Western Hemispheric empire, far from the main theaters of fighting, U.S. imperialism suffered relatively little. As the great powers were inevitably pulled into a global war of desperation, each driven to solve its economic crisis by new conquests, America hung back. It hoped, just as in World War I, to wait out much of the war and slip in near the end to take the lion's share of the kill. The millions of citizens who died from bombing raids, disease, and famine in war-torn Europe, Asia, North Africa, and the Middle East have never been fully counted. The full death toll is often put at an unimaginable 60 million lives. America was spared all this and emerged triumphant at the war's end, with citizenry, colonies, and industry completely intact. Even U.S. military forces suffered relatively lightly compared to the rest of the world. Military deaths for the major combatants are revealing. Germany, 7 million. Russia, 6 million. Japan, 2 million. China, 2 million. That's right, China was there in World War II. Great Britain, 250,000. USA, 400,000. More Russian soldiers died in the Battle of Stalingrad alone than total U.S. military casualties for the whole war. The war boom kicked depression out. Factories were roaring around the clock. The 16 million soldiers and sailors in the armed forces had left places everywhere for the unemployed to fill. The general prosperity that characterized American society all the way up to the 70s began right there in the war economy of World War II. The war years were such a prosperous upturn from the Depression that the necessary propaganda about sacrificing for the war effort had a farcical air to it. Lucky Strike, the biggest selling cigarette, caught the settler mood perfectly when it changed its package color from green to white and then announced nonsensically in big ads, "Lucky Strike Green is going off to war." Okay. Average family income went up by 50% compared to the Depression years. Average family income went up by 50% compared to the Depression years. In New York City, average family income rose from $2,760 to $4,044 between 1938 and 1942. Nor was this just a paper gain. A historian of the wartime culture writes, "Production for civilian use, while diminishing, remained so high that Americans knew no serious deprivations. At the peak of the war effort in 1944, the total of all goods and services available to civilians was actually larger than it had been in 1940. The number of supermarkets more than tripled between 1939 and 1944. Publishers reported book sales up 40% by 1943. The pari-mutuel, a form of betting in which those backing the first three places divide the loser's stakes. Okay. The pari-mutuel gambling take at the racetracks skyrocketed 250% from 1940 to 1944. Just between 1941 and 1942, jewelry sales were up 20 to 100% by areas. By 1944, the cash and bank accounts held by the U.S. population reached a record 140 billion. That same year, Macy's department store in New York City had a sale on Pearl Harbor Day, which produced their most profitable business day ever. Once again, the exceptional life of settler America was renewed by war and conquest. This is the mechanism within each American cycle of internal conflict and reform. The New Deal was Hiroshima and Nagasaki as well. Consumeristic America was erected on top of the 60 million deaths of World War II. 2. The political character of the war. In the U.S., that says 11. World War II was the principal cause of the total breakdown of the working class movement and its revolutionary consciousness. Resistance to the war would have seemed like simple common sense. If Stalin gave the order to support the U.S. war effort, he was a fool. In any case, the old vanguard's support should have been for the people's struggle inside the U.S. Oh, all right, George Jackson. In its March 29th, 1939 issue, the Pittsburgh Courier, one of the major African newspapers, ran an editorial on the coming World War that summed up what most colonial peoples in the world thought about it. The democracies and the dictatorships are preparing to do battle in the near future. The referee is imperialism, who stands ready to award the decision to the victor. The stake is the right to exploit the darker peoples of the world. The audience consists of the vast majority of those who happens to be non-whites. They have no favorite because it makes no difference to them which party wins the fight. They are only interested in the bout taking place as soon as possible. The audience knows that the destruction of white civilization means the emancipation of colored people, and that explains why they eagerly await the opening gong. The democracies which now control the dark world have never extended democracy to the dark world. Their meaning of democracy is for white people only, and just a few of them. The dictatorships frankly declare that if they win, they will do as the democracies have done in the past. The democracies as frankly declare that if they win, they will continue to do as they have been doing. So if dictatorship wins, then they'll do like the democracies did. And if democracies win, they'll do like the okay. This remarkable editorial was accurate, however unscientific its way of putting it. As to the real-world situation, the war to save democracy was an obvious lie to those who had none, whose nations were enslaved by U.S. imperialism. While there was no real support for either German or Japanese imperialism, there was considerable satisfaction among the oppressed at seeing the arrogant Europeans being frightened out of their wits by their supposed racial inferiors. One South African Boer historian recalls, "It seemed possible that the Japanese might capture Madagascar and that South Africa itself might be attacked. The Cape colored people were not at all alarmed at the prospect. Indeed, they viewed the Japanese victories with almost open jubilation. Their sympathies and hopes were with the little yellow-skinned men who have proved too smart for the British and Americans." Nor was this feeling just in Africa. In colonial India, the sight of the British master suddenly begging his subjects to help save him from the Japanese armies revealed to many that their oppressor was a paper tiger. The British generals soon learned that their Indian colonial troops were more and more unwilling to fight for the British Empire. The Communist Party USA was so alarmed at African disinterest in fighting Asians that it issued a special pamphlet for them recounting the crimes of the Japanese Empire against Ethiopia, urging Africans to honor the alliance of the Negro people with the progressive sections of the white population. The sociologist St. Clair Drake relates how, even among U.S. Empire forces in the Pacific, African GIs would loudly root for the Japanese Zero fighters overhead in the aerial dogfights against U.S. settler aviators. Robert F. Williams says that as a youth, he heard many African veterans returning from the Pacific express sympathy for the Japanese soldiers and even say that the Japanese tried not to fire at Africans. In studying the U.S. propaganda posters of dark-skinned Japanese trying to rape blonde Euro-American women, Williams saw a connection to settler propaganda against Africans. None of this was any approval for Japanese imperialism, but an expression of disassociation from the Euro-American oppressor. To the oppressed masses of the US, British, Dutch, French, German, and other Western empires, this war was not their war. It is important to deal with the nature of the US involvement in the war. Outside of the shallow and obviously untrue war for democracy propaganda, the two main arguments for the war were: 1. It was a war for European freedom to defeat the Nazis and save the Soviet Union. 2. It was a just war of self-defense after the US military was attacked by the Japanese Empire at Pearl Harbor, the main US naval base in its Hawaiian colony. Both lines are often used together, particularly by the settler radicals. Pardon me, I got out of bed earlier today. Perhaps the US Empire could have led a crusade in Europe to defeat Nazism, but it didn't. In strict fact, German fascism was defeated by the Russian people. US global strategy clearly called for stalling as long as possible in fighting Hitler, in the hopes that Germany and Soviet Russia would ruin and exhaust each other. As late as April 1943, Soviet forces were fighting 185 Nazi divisions, while the US and British empires were together fighting 6. The heart and muscle of the German army, almost 250 divisions, got destroyed on the Eastern Front against the Russian people. That's why the Russian military lost 6 million troops fighting Germany, while the US lost 160,000. The Soviet Union's burden in the alliance against German imperialism was so visibly disproportionate that some Western imperialists were concerned. South African General Jean-Christian Smuts warned in 1943, "To the ordinary man, it must appear that it is Russia who is winning the war. If this impression continues, what will be our post-war position compared to that of Russia?" Finally, in the last 6 months of the war, the Allies landed 2 million soldiers in France in order to get in on the German surrender and control as much of Europe as possible. Those US and British divisions faced a vastly inferior German opposition, only 40% as large as the Allied force, because the bulk of Hitler's forces were tied up with the main war front against Russia. During the war, the Allies kept paratroop divisions in England ready to be airdropped into Berlin if Russia finished off the Nazis before Allied armies could even get into Germany. US imperialism's main concern was not to liberate anyone, but to dominate as much of Europe as it could once the Russian people had, at such terrible cost, defeated Hitler. Somebody made me watch like the first half of the first episode of this Ark Survival Evolved animated thing. It had 6 episodes, but I was like, I don't want to. I was like, stop making me watch this. But no, there's like there was some guy, and then he fucking died halfway through already. His name was Blob, and he was an American GI or whatever. You know, probably like the guy who'd hate crime you or whatever. That was what he looked like. He was just running around in his undies shooting arrows at stuff. But that's not the main character. The main character was like some professor lady, and she just woke up in the ocean or whatever, because, you know, that's how you spawn into the survival game. This man just wants to kill dodo birds. How dare you? This bird hasn't been seen for 300 years. Anyway, I was just thinking, like, I mean, I don't know. It's like that thing where they're always focusing on the American side, even though the Americans didn't do jack shit. And then he was like, 1944 was 2 weeks ago for me. And then she was like, "Oh, I'm from," because like that war already finished. And he's like, "Did we win?" And she was like, "Yeah." Should have been a Russian guy instead. No, it's fine. He died, so it's fine that he's American, because a white American soldier guy got shot in the neck with an arrow and died. I think this show, whatever, it was like an animated, not like an anime, but like kind of that in between of a cartoon and anime. Anyway, I think this show that we didn't watch it because it seemed obvious that they just wanted to introduce characters and then kill them 5 minutes later. Also, there was a school measurer in there. It seemed like the focus on the show was blah blah blah, natural selection, blah blah blah. School measurer, ass wipe. Anyway, getting distracted. Okay. American war plans included being careful not to interfere with the Nazis' genocidal. Wait, hold on. I got one more thing to complain about. Muddy also made me watch part of this thing called Chernobyl, some HBO miniseries about Chernobyl, some dramatization. There's like 5 or 6 things that were like maybe an hour long each. They had I don't know, it's a dramatization, so obviously you don't know what's like actually, I don't know, but like, do all these nuclear power plant workers really not know about any of the effects of radiation? Shouldn't they be, radiation was like nuclear, whatever was, invented like 30 years before that, and they show a guy in their little war room with all the hoity-toity guys, and he knows about radiation burns and fallout and whatever, but then nobody else does. Even like none of the people working in the power plant. And then when they were in that war room with all the higher up people, then this old guy stands up and he's like, "Have faith in Russian socialism." And I was just, that's not whatever. Socialism is not religion. I don't know. When I when I paused it just to say that, Muddy was like, "Oh," and then they just closed it. But I mean, I don't know. This was in the era of Gorbachev, so maybe everyone was cringe by then. But I don't know. I was like, see, watching it, and I was kind of like, oh, they're just gonna go into like all the anti-communist stereotype stuff of, I don't know. Yeah. The series was entertaining enough to me. I mean, I don't know. For entertainment, I'd rather watch something that doesn't. I don't know. It's too close to something like. It's too close to actual historical thing, and I don't want to. I'd rather just watch something that's made for entertainment rather than something that is gonna be sneaking some political stuff in here and trying to pass itself off as potentially a accurate historical portrayal when, I don't know, whatever. Whether that's the intent or not, I don't know. By the stereotypes, I mean the blah 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 bureaucracy. They had this thing where it was like, I don't know, Pachenko reported to Gorbansky, reported to Polnareff, reported to, and then it was like a fucking chain of 7 people were like, oh haha, so funny, Russian bureaucracy. Um like, I don't know. The blah, blah, oh, the red tape bureaucracy, whatever, the stereotype thing. I mean, yeah, I mean there was like some of that, but it's this thing that they always like overemphasize. I don't know, it's annoying. Something bread lines. Communism is when no spoon. No, okay, I'm just gonna keep reading now. Okay. American war plans included being careful not to interfere with the Nazis' genocidal sterilization of Europe. Indeed, Washington and London appreciated how convenient it was to let Hitler do their dirty work for them, getting rid of millions of undesirable Jews, communists, socialists, trade unions, and dissenters. This cleaned up Europe from the imperialist point of view, and Hitler took the weight. The Allies were notorious in blocking Jewish evacuation from the path of the oncoming Nazi conquest. Roosevelt refused to lift restrictions on Jewish immigration. As the war approached, on April 23, 1939, the U.S. State Department announced that quotas were so filled that Jewish immigration was to be halted, except for special cases. Desperate German Jews were told that they had a minimum 6-year wait until 1945. The New Deal's vicious attitude was displayed in their mocking statement that Jewish applicants of Polish origin, even those who spent most of their life in Germany, will have to wait at least 50 years. 50 years? To obtain entry visas to the WS? The same day, the Roosevelt administration announced that no tourist visas to America would be issued to German Jews. Only those Germans with Aryan passports could greet the Statue of Liberty. Oh, I didn't know about that. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that bro is cringe or whatever. During the war, the U.S. rejected pleas from the Jewish underground that they use bombers to knock out the rail lines to the death camps and even knock out the ovens themselves. Yet, on September 13th, 1944, the U.S. 15th Air Force bombed the IG Farben industrial complex right next to Auschwitz death camp. A few bombs fell on Auschwitz itself, killing 15 SS men and 40 other fascists. Although this proves the U.S. military's ability to strike at the Nazi death camps, U.S. imperialism still refused to interfere with the genocide. And this was when the Nazis were feverishly slaughtering as many as possible. At Auschwitz, as many as 24,000 a day. U.S. imperialism posed as being anti-fascist, but it was U.S. imperialism which had helped put Nazism in power. Henry Ford was an important... I remember hearing about this stuff. Henry Ford was an important early backer of Hitler, and by 1924 had started pouring money into the tiny Nazi party. Ford's portrait hung on the wall in Hitler's party offices. Okay, I didn't know about that part. Conspicuous thanks to our American donor. Every birthday until World War II, Ford had sent Hitler his personal greetings and a gift of money. Even during the war, the Ford Motor Company delivered vital parts to the German army through neutral Switzerland. Neutral Switzerland, TM. Okay. On October 20th, 1942, the U.S. Embassy in London complained to Washington that Ford was using his plants in Switzerland to repair 2,000 German army trucks. Ford was just one example out of many. GM President William Knudsen told a press conference on October 6, 1933, that Nazism was the miracle of the 20th century. Slap. GM in Germany contributed 0.5% out of all its employees' wages as a weekly mass donation to the Nazi Party. We are taking it out of the wages instead of their own, whatever. While the Allied powers wanted to defeat Germany, it had nothing to do with being anti-fascist. Both President Roosevelt and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, Winston Churchill, known eugenicist, and we've already seen before that President Roosevelt was cringe. Both Roosevelt and Churchill favored Mussolini and his fascist regime in Italy. Even after the European War broke out in 1939, Roosevelt privately urged Mussolini to be neutral and try to mediate a British-German detente. The easing of hostility or strained relationships, especially between countries. Churchill, for his part, wanted to preserve the Mussolini fascist regime, since the alternative to his rule might well have been a communist Italy. Churchill saw fascist Italy as a possible ally. He later wrote regretfully about Mussolini. He might have well maintained Italy in a balancing position, courted and rewarded by both sides, and driving an unusual wealth and prosperity from struggles of other countries. Even when the issue of the war became certain, Mussolini would have been welcomed by the Allies. I don't think that was a British accent. I'm not really sure what that was. Yeah, these guys are cringe. Churching on these nuts. Hello, Muddy. Did you hear me complaining about TV shows? No. Okay. Jamil. In Italy,
Hey, British Churchill.
Huh?
I said, British Churchill. Winston Churchill. My name's Winston Churchill, and I'm
A knob jock. I'm a knob jock.
an odd job.
Knob jock. Knob jockey.
Nikia says hello.
Oh, hi, Nico.
I just remember. Okay. In Italy, Greece, and other nations, the liberating U.S. British forces put the local fascists back into power while savagely repressing the anti-fascist guerrillas who had fought them. In Greece, the British had a problem since the German army had pulled out in September 1944, harassed by guerrillas who installed a new democratic Greek government. Excuse me. The Allies invaded already liberated Greece in order to crush the independent government. Greece was liberated from democracy and returns to being a fascist neo-colony of Britain and the US. The mercenary collaborators and the fascist security battalions organized by the German occupation were preserved by the British Army, which used them to conduct a campaign of terrorism against the Greek people. By 1945, the British were holding some 50,000 anti-fascist activists in prisons. The Allies killed more Greek workers and peasants than the Germans had. Allies of these nuts and the okay. The main focus of America's military interest had nothing to do with democratic or humanitarian concerns, but with expanding the empire at the expense of its German and Japanese rivals. Not only was a stronger position over Europe aimed at, but in the Pacific, a showdown was sought with Japanese imperialism. In the 1930s, both US and Japanese imperialism sought to become the dominant power over Asia. Japan's 1937 invasion of China, Korea was already a Japanese colony, had upset the Pacific status quo. Giant China had long been an imperialist semi-colony, shared uneasily by all the imperialist powers. Japan broke up the club by invading to take all of China for itself. The Roosevelt administration, the main backer of Chiang Kai-shek's corrupt and semi-colonial Kuomintang regime, KMT, was committed to a decisive war with Japan from that point on. Both the US Empire and the Japanese... the KMT is the... that was the regime that got... I think it was what was overthrown by Chinese communists, and then they all fled to Taiwan. So, like... what remains of them is now Taiwan. Well, there was totally people there in Taiwan before. I don't remember the name of the indigenous people there, but I'm 75% sure that that was a thing. Totally getting off track, but there was, they like to pretend that Taiwan is cool and sexy or whatever. But they had martial law until, like, let's see, Taiwan martial law ends. They had martial law from 1949 to 1987. Super democratic, There's something or other called the White Terror, where they killed a bunch of people, political oppression or whatever. How many? Let's see. Oh, okay. I guess they just called the White Terror basically when martial law was in effect. Okay. Kev. Both the US Empire and the Japanese Empire demanded in secret negotiations the partial disarmament of the other and a free hand in exploiting China. The Roosevelt administration and the British had secretly agreed in mid-1941 for a joint military offensive against Japan, the centerpiece of which was to be a new US strategic bomber force to dominate the Pacific. We know that President Roosevelt's position was that all-out war in the Pacific was desirable for US interests. His only problem was, the question was how we should maneuver them into the position of firing the first shot. Political necessities demanded that Roosevelt be able to picture the war as innocent self-defense. Oh. The New Deal started embargoing strategic war materials, notably scrap iron and petroleum, going to Japan. Oh, embargoes. They love embargoes. Embargoes and what's the sanctions? There was a coordinated Western campaign to deny Japanese imperialism the vital oil, rubber, and iron its war machine needed, with 21 divisions bogged down trying to catch up with the Red Army in China. Japanese imperialism had to either capture these necessary resources in new wars or face collapse. The move was obvious. I mentioned the Red Army. I don't know if they're going to talk about it, but China was having their revolution in the middle of World War II. So they were fighting external as well as internal forces. Okay. To make sure that this shove would work, Roosevelt asked, or at least I think that's how it went, Roosevelt asked U.S. Admiral Stark to prepare an intelligence assessment of the probable Japanese response. In his memo of July 22, 1941, over 4 months before Pearl Harbor, Admiral Stark reassured Roosevelt that Japan would be forced into a fairly early attack to seize British Malayan rubber and Dutch Indonesian oil, and that an attack on the U.S. Philippine colony was certain. The New Deal wanted and expected not only an all-out war for the Pacific, but a surprise Japanese attack as well. Their only disappointment on December 7, 1941 was that instead of concentrating on the Philippines, the Japanese military struck first at Hawaii. There was no question of self-defense there. The Pacific War was the mutual child of imperialist competition and imperialist appetites. To President Roosevelt, the prize was worth the risks. China was his first goal, just as it was for Japanese imperialism. A friend of the president recalls, "At the White House, the making of FDR's China policy was almost as great a secret as the atom bomb." Roosevelt saw that the sun had set on the old European colonial rule in Asia, and that the dynamic expansion of the small Japanese empire proved how weak and rotten European power was. In his mind, he saw that if China were nominally free but under U.S. hegemony via the Kuomintang regime, it could be the center for American takeover of all Asia. Asterisk. FDR was always appreciative of China's potential value because of his family's direct connection. Roosevelt often mentioned his family's long friendship with China. On his mother's side, the Delano family fortune was made through a leading role in the opium trade in 19th century China. Oh yeah, we gotta pop this guy like a low poly grape. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, after meeting with Roosevelt and his staff, wrote a British general in some alarm. I must enlighten you about the American view. China bulks as large in the minds of many of them as Great Britain. I looked over at Hanao's thing to grab a strawberry, which I don't usually do. Is Hanao's communism redeem always been 100k? Seems a lot less than... I would be able to redeem it 4 times. Okay. Some confusion about the nature of the Second Imperialist World War has arisen among comrades here, because the war was also a patriotic war of national defense in some nations. Both China and the USSR, invaded and partially occupied by Axis powers, made alliance with competing imperialists of the Allied powers. There is nothing surprising or incorrect about that. Taking advantage of this, the revisionists claimed that democratic-minded people in all nations should therefore support the Allied powers. But why should the anti-colonial movement in an oppressed nation that was invaded and occupied by the US, or France or Great Britain, support its own oppressor? One might just as well argue that the Chinese people should have supported the Japanese occupation during World War II because Mexico was oppressed by US imperialism. In fact, the Japanese Empire advanced such lines of propaganda. Contrary to the revisionists, World War II was not a war of democracy versus fascism, but a complex struggle between imperialist powers and between capitalism and socialism. The New Deal was prepared to do whatever necessary to modernize and stabilize U.S. imperialism's home base because it was playing for the biggest stakes in the world. In the Pittsburgh Courier's words, the stake is the right to exploit the darker peoples of the world. Shmera. 3. The war on the home front. As Euro-American settlers gathered themselves to conquer Asia, Europe, Africa, and hold on to Latin America, they started their war effort by attacking the oppressed closest at hand, those already within the U.S. empire. In Puerto Rico, the colonial occupation tightened its already deadly hold on the masses, so that their very lives could be squeezed out to help pay for the U.S. war effort. It is to the eternal honor of the Nationalist Party, already terribly wounded by repression, that it resisted this imperialist mobilization as best it could. The Nationalist Party denounced the military conscription of Puerto Rican youth, who were to be cannon fodder for the same U.S. Army that was oppressing their own nation. On the eve of selective service registration in 1940, the Nationalist Party declared, "If Puerto Ricans are the first line of defense of democracy in America, we claim the rights to fight in the front line, and for that reason we demand that democracy be a reality in Puerto Rico, recognizing our national sovereignty." Excuse me. The newspapers on the island were afraid to print nationalist statements for fear of U.S. prosecution, a fear that the U.S. government said was well-founded. Some members of the Nationalist Party began openly refusing to register for the draft. Juan Estrada Garcia told the jury when he was tried that his concern was for the masses who lived dying of malaria, hookworm, and tuberculosis for lack of food. This was a just concern. Puerto Ricans had the highest death rate in the Western Hemisphere, thanks to the Yankee occupation that robbed them of everything needed for life. Every year, 3,000 died from tuberculosis alone, out of a population of 2 million. Over half were totally destitute, on relief. 80% of the population had hookworm, and the life expectancy is only 46 years. Small wonder, when even those lucky ones who had jobs didn't earn enough to ensure survival. In 1941, the Jibaros, the sugarcane workers, labored for an average of only 14 cents per hour. Machine gun thing. Puerto Rico's strategic location in the Caribbean made it a key island of the region's defense, but to Puerto Ricans, the U.S. soldiers stationed there were an occupying force. Loud, exploitative, violent, granted privileges denied most Puerto Ricans. The war effort only intensified the misery. The relative prosperity that delighted Euro-Americans with the war was reversed in Puerto Rico. Starvation grew much worse. The New Deal WPA jobs program closed down in 1942. Unemployment more than doubled. With food shipments deliberately restricted, prices soared 53% in less than 1 year. A Presbyterian women missionary wrote Eleanor Roosevelt, the U.S. president's wife, in despair from Mayaguez. The children in this region are slowly starving. U.S. Governor Winship made it clear that the New Deal's policy was not only to help subsidize the war effort out of the misery of the Puerto Rican people, but to use starvation to beat them into political submission. In his 1939 report, Winship proudly announced that the colonial administration was already extracting millions of dollars from starving Puerto Rico for the coming war. $10 million worth of valuable land had been given by the puppet colonial legislature free to the U.S. Navy for a naval base. Puerto Ricans had paid for dredging out San Juan Harbor so that it was deep enough for U.S. battleships. New U.S. Navy repair docks in San Juan were also paid for involuntarily by the Puerto Rican people. Further, local taxes had also paid for the construction of new U.S. military airships on Culebra, Isla Grande, Mona Island, and elsewhere. In desperately poor Puerto Rico, the local taxes collected by the imperialist occupation forces were used for their own military needs rather than clinics or food. This policy is actually quite common for World War II. For example, both the Nazi and Japanese armies also forced the local inhabitants in conquered areas to support military construction for them. The U.S. imperialists were in good company. While it may have seemed like bad propaganda to so obviously increase misery among the Puerto Rican people, the New Deal believed otherwise. It was economic terrorism. U.S. military officials said that the nationalist resistance to the draft had been broken. They admitted that... There's an airplane flying overhead. said that the nationalist resistance to the draft had been broken. They admitted that the reason hungry Puerto Ricans were submitting to the draft was that even army rations were pay in food exceeding prevailing island wages. It appeared to the military, however, that only 1/3 of the eligible men could be used due to the widespread physical debilitation from disease and malnutrition. Still, America's war to save democracy was off to a good start. The war further accelerated the trend toward settler reunification. The stormy conflicts between settlers in the 30s had a healing effect, like draining a swollen wound. The war completed the process. Fascist and communist, liberal and conservative alike, all joined hands to follow their bourgeoisie into battle, their ruling class, their owners. Ooh. In one small California town, the press discovered that the first man in line to register for the draft was James Ramocchiaretta, a veteran of Mussolini's fascist black shirts, who proudly told everyone that he was now 100% American. The impact of America's entry into the war snapped the Italian and German communities right into line. The Italian-American petite bourgeoisie had been both... Oh, let's skip this track. The Italian-American petite bourgeoisie had been both loyally pro-U.S. imperialism and pro-fascist Italy. Up to Pearl Harbor, 80% of the Italian community newspapers had been pro-fascist, with almost every Italian store in New York having a prominent picture of the Italian dictator Mussolini. Only the radical political exiles, most of them trade unionists who fled Italy just ahead of the black shirts, were openly anti-fascist. But once the U.S. empire declared war on the Axis, every Italian community newspaper became anti-fascist overnight. Every Italian was now 100% American. In recognition, Italian citizens in the U.S. were removed from the enemy alien category by President Roosevelt on Columbus Day, 1942. This growing settleristic unity, promoted by the war, sharply increased attacks on the nationally oppressed. This was one of the major social trends of the war period. While the tightened oppression of the Puerto Rican masses was a policy of the imperialists, these attacks came from all classes and sectors of settler society, from top to bottom. On the West Coast, the settler petite bourgeoisie, primarily farming interests and small merchants, used settler chauvinism and the identification of Japanese as members of a rival imperialist power to plunder and completely remove the Japanese population. Just as the Chinese had been robbed and driven out of mining, agriculture, and industry in the 19th century West, so now Japanese would be driven out. As everyone knows, some 110,000 of us were forcibly relocated into concentration camps by the U.S. government in 1942. Settler rule had restricted and hemmed in Japanese labor into the national minority economy of specialized agriculture, wholesale and retail food distribution, and domestic labor. In 1940, these three categories accounted for 84% of all Japanese employment, but even this little was too much for the settler petite bourgeoisie on the West Coast. The Euro-Americans not only wanted the Japanese removed as competitors, but they wanted to take over and annex the agricultural business so painstakingly built up by the Japanese farmers. Typical Japanese farm of the period was very small, averaging only 42 acres each, less than 1/5 the average size of Euro-American farms in California. But these intensively developed lands, which comprised only 3.9% of California's farmland, produced fully 42% of the state's fresh fruits and vegetables. The settler farm lobby wanted our business, which was too valuable to be left to Japs. Austin E. Anson, representative of the Shipper Grower Association of Salinas, told the public,
We're charged with wanting to get rid of the Japs for selfish reasons. We might as well be honest. We do.
Through their political influence, these interests got U.S. Senator Hiram Johnson to pull together the West Coast congressional delegation as a bloc and push through the concentration camp program. By military order, enforced by the U.S. Army, the whole Japanese population was forced to leave or sell at giveaway prices all we had. Houses, lands, businesses, cars, refrigerators, tools, furniture, etc. The Federal Reserve Bank loosely estimated the direct property loss alone at $400 million, 1942, inflation data. The real loss was in the many billions and in lives, but it was no loss to settlers, who ended up with much of it. West Coast settlers had a festive time, celebrating the start of their war by greedily dividing up that $400 million in Jap property. It was a gigantic garage sale held at gunpoint. This was just an early installment in settler prosperity from World War. For Hawaii, a U.S. colony right in the middle of Asia, no such simple solution was possible. Early government discussions on removing and incarcerating the Japanese population quickly floundered. Over 1/3 of the working population there was Japanese, and without their labor, the island's economy might break down. The U.S. Army said that the labor shortage make it a matter of military necessity to keep the people of Japanese blood on the islands. Army and Navy officers proposed that the Japanese be kept at work there for the U.S. Empire, but treated as citizens of an occupied foreign country. Above and right, Burma Shave sign read. Hold on. An American brand of brushless shaving cream. Famous for its advertising gimmick of posting humorous rhyming poems. Well. Okay. I guess they dabbled in racist signs too. Burma Shave sign read, slap the Jap with scrap iron. Burma Shave. Hold on, I gotta turn the AC on and close this window. Airplane noises and it's hot. These 1 week's rent. Good work, baby. All right. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. And I'm covered in chip dust. What? Oh, you're taking away all my boba ice cream. No, it's fine. I'll have a red one. Which the red one and keep it. Don't melt it when I drink comfortable. They're both cheap ones. One of these. They don't melt it at all. Ah. I'm making a mess. Okay. Treat them as citizens of a foreign country. Citizens of an occupied foreign country. patriotic American war spirit congealed itself into the usual racist forms. Chinese were Chinese were encouraged to wear self-protective placards or buttons reading, "I'm no Jap," to avoid being lynched. The Kuomintang-dominated Chinese communities were lauded by the settlers as now good Asians. Life ran an article on how to tell your friend from the Japs.
The Chinese expression is likely to be more placid, kindly, open. The Japanese more positive, dogmatic, arrogant. Japanese walk stiffly erect. Chinese more relaxed, sometimes shuffle.
Total nonsense. You know, funny thing, my one of the things my mom told me recently when I was still back in America, she told me to pretend that I'm Japanese instead. Something, how the turntables. I don't think the situation is anywhere near as serious as it was back then, but well, whatever. Because now Chinese are the boogeyman, or I mean, they've been a boogeyman for a little while, I guess. I may have suppressed it, but I do think I remember. I think I did remember later that I may have been asked if I was a Chinese spy once or something when I was a kid. Okay. Shmeow. Of course, these imaginary differences only expressed the settler code, wherein hostile or just victimized Asians were bad, whereas those they thought more submissive, who shuffle, were temporarily good. Every effort was made to whip up settler chauvinism and hatred. An easy task. The famous war indoctrination film... More airplanes? The famous war indoctrination film, My Japan, produced by the Defense Department, opens to an actor portraying a Japanese soldier bayoneting a baby, with the commentary that all Japanese like to kill babies. German fascist propaganda about the racial crimes of the Jews was no more bizarre than American propaganda for its own war effort. The Euro-American working class, now reinforced by unions and the New Deal, brought the war home themselves in their massive wave of hate strikes. Excuse me. These were strikes whose only demand was the blocking of African employment or production, or employment or promotion. They were a major feature of militant industrial life in the war period, a reaction to increased wartime employment of Africans by U.S. imperialism. Oh, this is not a printing, but it's like the thing that holds the newspapers. Ouster of all Japs in California near San Francisco Examiner. Getting trim for fighting him. Yeah. In the auto industry, which were the heart of war production, the hate strikes started in October 1941. There were 12 major such strikes in auto plants just in the first 6 months of 1943. Dodge, Hudson, Packard, Curtiss-Wright, Timken Axle, and many other plants witnessed the settler working class offensives. The UAW-CIO and the Detroit NAACP held a Brotherhood rally in Detroit's Cadillac Square to counteract the openly segregationist movement. That rally drew 10,000 people, but shortly thereafter, 25,000 Packard workers went out on hate strike for 5 days. An even bigger strike staged by UAW Local 190 brought out 39,000 settler auto workers to stop the threatened promotion of four Africans. These hate strikes took place coast to coast in a wave that hit all industries. In Baltimore, Bethlehem Steel's Sparrows Point plant went out in July 1943. In that same area, a major Western electric plant was so solidly closed down by its December 1943 hate strike that the U.S. Army finally had to take it over. The same thing happened when Philadelphia municipal transit workers closed down the city for 6 days in August 1944 to block the hiring of 8 African motormen. 5,000 U.S. Army troops were needed to get transit going again. The U.S. government calculated that just in the 3 spring months of 1943 alone, some 2.5 million man-hours of industrial production were lost in hate strikes. Mob violence against the oppressed was another war phenomenon, particularly by Euro-American servicemen. They now constituted an important temporary stratum in settler life, drawn together by the millions and organized into large units and bases. Attacks by settler sailors, marines, and soldiers on Chicano Mexicanos, Africans, and Asians on the West Coast grew larger and larger in 1943. The climax came in the Zoot Suit riots in East Los Angeles on the nights of June 2nd to 7th. They were so named because Euro-Americans were infuriated that the hip clothing styles of Chicano Mexicano youth expressed disrespect for American culture. White bread ass culture. Groups of settler servicemen would beat up and cut the clothing off of Chicano Mexicano men. The June 7th climax involved thousands of settler GIs who, with the protection of the Los Angeles police and their military commanders, invaded the barrio, destroying restaurants and taking movie theater goers captive. Streetcars were seized, and one African who was pulled off had both eyes cut out. Finally, the social chaos and the intensely angry wave of anti-U.S. feeling in Mexico grew so large that the U.S. military ordered their troops to stop. Similar incidents took place throughout the U.S. Sailors from the Naval Armory near Detroit's Belle Isle. Similar incidents took place throughout the U.S. Sailors from the Naval Armory near Detroit's Belle Isle Park joined thousands of other settlers in attacking Africans, resulting in the citywide fighting of the 1943 Detroit Race Riot. 25 Africans and 9 settlers were killed, and many hundreds seriously wounded. The growing African resistance and community self-defense there was also seen in the August 1st, 1943 Great Harlem Race Riot. Oppressed communities in the major urban areas had now grown so large that ordinary settler mob attacks were less and less successful. The New Deal didn't need the northern industrial cities burning with insurrection, and so moved to cool things. Bourgeois historians, in writing about the various multi-class settler offensives on the home front, invariably relate them to the tension and uncertainty of the war. But these government-sponsored attacks and repressions were not random explosions of tension. They had a clear direction. It is easy to see this by contrasting the above events to the treatments of the thousands of German POWs brought to the other fucking airplane. It's getting picked up in PNG Tuber Plus. It's a thing that that's a thing that some PNG Tuber programs are missing, like audio stuff. You'd think it'd be more of a priority given that audio is the only thing that sets the PNG Tuber off to begin with. But, okay. It's easy to see this by contrasting the above events to the treatment of the thousands of German POWs brought to the U.S. after their defeat in North Africa. These enemy soldiers met no mob violence or other attacks from tense Euro-Americans. In fact, the German army prisoners were widely treated with hospitality and respect by Euro-Americans, and fed and housed like settlers. Many were let out on work release to join the civilian U.S. economy, with some even going off on their own to live on small Midwestern family farms. Wow. Okay. While overseas, they were enemies. Here in America, they became honorary settlers, since they were fellow citizens of European imperialist powers, in contrast to the colonial subjects. Literally, captured Nazi officers were freer than Albizu Campos or the Han Elijah Muhammad. One African in the U.S. Army wrote about how his unit was sent in 1942 to open Smoky Hill Army Airfield in Salinas, Kansas. They discovered, to no surprise, that they were barred from the town's best movie theater, the hotels, restaurants, and grills, and so on. Their only real surprise came when they saw a restaurant serving 10 German prisoners with the distinctive high-peaked caps of Rommel's Afrika Korps. No guard was with them. The owner of the restaurant rushed over to remind them that no Africans were allowed inside. Nazi soldiers ranked far above African GIs as far as settlers were concerned. We gotta pop these guys like grapes. There's too many grapes. We're gonna have to shrink them down to raisins first, and then we'll have to flatten them all under our shoe, and one fell. Okay, the race riots were the war, just on the home front. This was not the only development in the relationship between the U.S. Empire and the nationally oppressed. Underneath the violent surface, not separated from the violence, but drawing power from it, there grew a trend of neocolonialism within the U.S. Empire. Buy stamps, buy bonds, and buy drafts. Shipyard and Marine Shop Laborers Union. Splat. Our members have already bought $35K worth. Foster and Clayson. Neo-colonial classification in the U.S. Forcing democracy, quote unquote, on Native Americans. We don't have to look across the world to confront neocolonialism, since some of the most sophisticated examples are right here. The New Deal reforms on the Native American reservations during the 1930s are a classic case of neocolonial strategy. The U.S. Empire has always had a special problem with the Indian nations, in that their varied ways of life were often communistic. As the U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs said in 1838, "Common property and civilization cannot coexist." I guess that implies that civilization means violence for the seizure of private property. Okay. Crunches you. The U.S. government enacted a genocidal campaign to erase Indian culture, including prison schools for Indian children, suppression of Indian institutions, economy, and religion. And still the Indian nations and peoples survived, resisted, endured. In AIM, an AIM comrade has pointed out, does that stand for American Indian Mario? I'm not sure what it stands for. An AIM comrade has pointed out, the founding fathers of the United States equated capitalism with civilization. They had to, given their mentality. To them, civilization meant their society, which was a capitalist society. Therefore, from the earliest times, the wars against Indians were not only to take over the land, but also to squash the threatening example of Indian communism. Jefferson was not the only man of his time to advocate imposing a capitalistic and possessive society on Indians as a way to civilize them. The bad example was a real threat. The reason the eastern Indian nations, from Florida to New York State, and another airplane. They're airplaning up. The bad example was a real threat. The reason the eastern Indian nations, from Florida to New York State, and from the Atlantic to Ohio and Louisiana, are today so racially mixed is because indentured servants, landless poor whites, escaped black slaves chose our societies over the white society that oppressed them. Beginning in the 1890s, we had been red-baited and branded as commies in Congress. See the congressional record. And in the executive boards of churches. That was a very strong weapon in the 1920s and 30s, and in the Oklahoma area, any Indian traditional who was an organizer was called a communist or even a wobbly. So we have always defined our struggle not only as a struggle for land, but also a struggle to retain our cultural values. Those values are communistic values. Our societies were and are communistic societies. The US government has always understood that very well. It has not branded us all these years as communists because we try to form it has not branded us all these years as communists because we try to form labor unions or because we hung out with the IWW or the Communist Party, but because the US government correctly identified our political system. It did not make that a public issue because that would have been dangerous, and because it has been far more efficient to say that we are savages and primitive. Not only did the Indian nations resist, but this resistance included the determined refusal of many Indians to give up their collective land. This rejection of capitalism was a hindrance for the oil corporations, the mineral interests, and the ranchers. Characteristically, the New Deal decided, in the words of the U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs, that the Indian, if given the right opportunities, could do what the government had failed to do. He could arrange a place for himself and his customs in this modern America. The New Deal pacification program for the reservations was to give Indians capitalistic democracy and self-government. Under the direction of the U.S. government, bourgeois democratic, i.e. undemocratic, tribal governments were set up with settleristic tribal constitutions, paid elected officials, and new layers of Indian civil servants. In other words, Indians would be given their own capitalistic reservation governments to do from within what the settler conquests had been unable to completely succeed at from the outside. Yeah. They did something similar but different in Alaska. They love capitalism up there. Okay. This neo-colonial strategy was led by a young liberal anthropologist, John Collier, who had been appointed U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1933 to reform the reservation system. Unlike the openly hostile and repressive pronouncements of his predecessors, Collier spoke sweetly of how much he respected Indian culture and how much Indians should be freed to change themselves. Honeyed words indeed, covering up for a new assault. In the past, the government tried to... Sorry. Everyone in America sounds like yeehaw in their brain. If not in their speech, in their actions. No, in the past, the government tried to encourage economic independence and initiative by the allotment system, giving each Indian a portion of land and the right to dispose of it. The right to dispose of it. Okay. As a result of the 138,000 acres which Indians possessed in 1887, they have lost all but 47,000 acres, and the lost area includes the land that was most valuable. Further, the government sought to give the Indian the schooling of whites, teaching him to despise his old customs and habits as barbaric. We have proposed in opposition to such a policy to recognize and respect the Indian as he is. We think he must be so accepted before he can be assisted to become something else. Oh, they're sticking the knife in 9 inches and then pulling it out 3 inches. How generous. I'm stealing someone else's quote there. I think Malcolm X said that thing. There was another book I wanted to read. It was called Red Skin, White Man, or was it? Let me look it up. Yeah, it was called Red Skin, White Masks. It was based on another one called Black Skin, White Masks. It's about the one about natives in particular is about the colonial, as it says, rejecting colonial politics of recognition. I'll get around to it eventually, after like a gajillion years maybe. I also wanted to read Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth, but and I also wanted to read Necropolitics by Bembe, I think was the name. I don't know, too many books. And I read them extra slow and I read them out loud. Okay. There is the smooth talk of the welfare administrator and the colonial official in those words. Notice that the old law gave Indians only one right, the right to sell their lands to the settlers. Having worked that strategy to its limits, the U.S. Empire now needed to switch strategies in order to keep exploiting the rest of the reservation lands. Now Washington would pose as the protector of Indian culture in order to change Indians into something else, turning them into capitalists. No, officially, Indian culture would become another respected ethnic remnant like St. Patrick's Day parades. I know, dunking on the Irish. No, like St. Patrick's Day parades, that would add color to settler society. But instead of Indian sovereignty, culture, economy, and national development, tribal government was local government according to the rules of capitalist culture. It was a partial reorganization of reservation life to capitalism. The 1934 Wheeler-Howard Act repealed the 1887 Allotment Act, authorized elections to pass new tribal constitutions to set up the new neo-colonial reservation governments, established a $10 million loan fund to support the new governments, and officially gave Indians preference for employment with the U.S. Indian Service. Absorb them into the thing, or whatever. Campaign to twist Indian arms to accept this new arrangement was very heavy. U.S. Commissioner Collier himself admitted that while the government had the power to force the reservations to accept these bourgeois governments, for the strategy to work, at least some number of Indians had to be persuaded to voluntarily take it in. Large numbers of Indians were hired to work in the Indian Service, their numbers reaching 40% of the total employees by 1935. 19,000 Indians were hired to work in various federal programs, while an additional 14,000 worked in the Civilian Conservation Corps relief camps. Close to 20% of all adult Indians were temporarily employed by the federal government. The distrust and resistance were considerable. The New York Times commented, "This difficulty has been recognized by the creation by the Indian Office of an organizational unit of field agents and special men who will cooperate with tribal councils, business communities, and special tribal commissions in framing the constitutions now permitted." Still, some 54 reservations with 85,000 Indians voted against the new tribal governments. History has proved that the main economic function of the neo-colonial reservation governments has been to lease away, usually at bargain prices, the mineral, grazing, and water rights to the settlers. Great amounts of natural resources are involved. A very conservative Euro-American estimate said, Indian lands are estimated to contain up to 13% of the nation's coal reserves, 3% of its oil and gas, and significant amounts of other minerals, including uranium and phosphate. Yeah, you gotta give up all your resources, torch the land or whatever, so that you can make some money to fund your tribal government projects or whatever crunches you. We just don't got the money. The money didn't like that, and then the money went away. Okay. Instead of the old practice of individual sale of small plots of land, which could be blocked by an Indian's refusal to sell, the new capitalistic tribal governments signed wholesale mineral rights leases with major corporations. The Navajo tribal government, led by the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, signed leases as late as the 1960s that gave away Navajo coal for a mere 2% of its market value. Wow, that's a markdown. So the impact of the 1930s self-government reforms was to step up the economic exploitation of Indian nations. At Pine Ridge, the Sioux families were encouraged to end their subsistence farming and move off their land and into government-built housing projects, and then lease their useless land to the settler businessmen. Those Euro-American ranchers pay an average of $3 per acre each year to possess Indian land. That's like nothing. Far cheaper than buying it. While the Sioux who insist on staying on their land are deliberately denied water, electricity, seed, and livestock, so as to pressure them into leaving their land. The Euro-American ranchers who use Indian land receive constant government aid and subsidies. Control of the land and its resources still remains a steady preoccupation to the settler empire. Even most of the food production of the Indian nations is taken by settlers. In 1968, the Bureau of Indian Affairs said that the reservations produced then $170 million annually in agriculture, hunting, and fishing. Of this total, the BIA estimated that Indians only consumed $20 million worth, while receiving another $16 million in rent. 75% of the total reservation fruit production was owned by settlers. U.S. imperialism literally created bourgeois Indian governments on the reservations to give it what it wanted and to disrupt from within the national culture. These are governments led by the Dick Wilsons and Peter MacDonalds, of elements whose capitalistic ideology and income was tied to collaboration with the larger capitalist world. It is also telling that these professional Indians, whose well-being is dependent upon foundation grants and government programs, such as Vine Deloria Jr., author of the best-selling book Custer Died for Your Sins, praised the Collier reorganization of the 30s as the best thing that ever happened to them. The ones who are on top are like, not the ones on top. The ones on the top of the bottom being like, yeah, it's great for me. Middleman capitalists, when in some of the like South American countries, they call this type of creature a comprador, I think. Ones that are selling everything off to colonizers. Okay. When Native Americans overcome the neocolonial rule and assert their sovereignty against U.S. imperialism, as AIM has, then the fixed ballot box. Then the fixed ballot box. When Native Americans overcome the neocolonial rule and assert their sovereignty against U.S. imperialism, as AIM has, then the fixed ballot box is reinforced by assassination, frame-ups, and even massive military repression. The U.S. military moved in 1972 to prop up the neocolonial Dick Wilson regime at Pine Ridge, just as in Zaire. The neocolonial Mobutu regime had to be rescued in both 1977 and 78 by airborne French Foreign Legionnaires and Belgian paratroopers. Help the Indian, 1890 to 1973, Wounded Knee, nothing's changed. I can't read the rest of those signs. 2. The rise of the African nation. The white boss man said we was making a war on them and was going to take the government, but we was organizing for bread. One of the Camp Hill, Alabama sharecropper defendants, 1931. This picture. Marcus Mosiah Garvey, black nationalist leader of the 20s, is led to prison. There he is, surrounded by white guys. The new African national struggle moved decisively into the modern period during the 1920s and 1930s. It was a key indication of this development that thousands of African communists took up the liberation struggle in those years in which many African workers and intellectuals dedicated themselves to the goal of an independent and socialist African nation. The masses themselves intensified their political activities and grew increasingly nationalistic. In this period, nationalism started visibly shouldering aside all of their political tendencies in the struggle for the allegiance of the oppressed African masses. Armed self-defense activity spread among the masses. This was a critical time in the rise of the African nation, and a critical time, therefore, for U.S. imperialism. There is an incorrect tendency to confine the discussion of African nationalism in the 1920s and 30s to the well-known Garvey movement, as though it was the sole manifestation of nationalist consciousness. The Garvey movement, whose specific impact we shall cover at a later point, was but the point of the emerging politics of the African nation. In labor, in national culture, in struggles for the land, in raising the goal of socialism, in all areas of political life, a great explosion of previously pent-up national consciousness took place among Africans in the 1920s and 30s. It was a time of major political offensives and of embryonic nation building. This outbreak of militant African anti-colonialism did not go unnoticed by the U.S. empire. Even outside the national territory itself, U.S. imperialism was increasingly concerned about this activity. One 1930s report on radicalism among New York Negroes noted, "The place of the Negro as a decisive minority in the political life in America received increasing attention during the early post-war years. The Department of Justice issued a 27-page report on radicalism and sedition among Negroes as reflected in their publications, and the New York State Lusk Committee for the Investigation of Seditious Activities published a complete chapter in its report entitled Radicalism Among Negroes. The general anti-labor, anti-radical offensive of government and employers was also leveled at the trade union and radical activities of the Negro people. For a time, censorship of Negro periodicals became so complete that even the mildly liberal magazine Crassus of the NAACP editor, edited by W.E. Burghardt Dubois,
was held up in the mails during May 1919. In August 1918, the editors of The Messenger, the African Trade Union magazine of A. Philip Randolph, editor, were jailed for 3 days, and second-class mailing privileges were denied to the magazine. Okay. The revisionists in general, and the Euro-American left in particular, have falsely portrayed the African people within the U.S. empire as having no independent revolutionary struggle at that time, but only a civil rights struggle. Falsely, they picture African labor and African socialism as only existing as minority parts of the Euro-American labor and social democratic movements. While the history of African politics lies far beyond the scope of this paper, it is necessary to briefly show why U.S. imperialism was threatened by African anti-colonialism in the 1920s and 30s. What is central is to grasp the revolutionary nationalist character of African political trends. In 1921, the African Blood Brotherhood, ABB, the first modern African communist organization in the U.S. empire, was formed in New York City. Defining itself as a revolutionary secret order, the ABB raised the goal of liberating and bringing socialism to the African nation in the Black Belt South. The Brotherhood soon claimed 2,500 members in 56 posts throughout the empire. Most of these members were proletarians, as were most of the Garvey movement activists, miners in Virginia, railroad workers in Chicago, garment workers in New York, etc. These African communists focused heavily on education work and on immediate protection purposes, organizing armed self-defense units against the KKK revival that was sweeping the empire. Soon the police and press spotlighted the Brotherhood as the supposed secret organizers of African armed activity during the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots. The birth of modern African communism within the U.S. empire was the most clear-cut and irrefutable evidence that the African nation was starting to rise. It was significant that this new organization of African communists, without hesitation, proclaimed the goal of socialism through national liberation and independence. The existence of a socialist-minded vanguard naturally implied that at the base of that peak, the masses of Africans were pushing upwards, awakening politically, creating new possibilities. My jaw joint is a little sore. Okay. Much of the present written accounts of African politics in this period centers around events in the refugee communities of the North, the Harlem Resistance, tenants organizations fighting evictions in the Chicago ghetto, African participation in union drives in Cleveland and Detroit, and so on. All these struggles and events were indeed important parts of the developing political awareness, but they were not the whole of what was happening. The intensity and full scope of the African struggle can only be accurately seen when we also see the southern region of the U.S. empire, and particularly the national territory itself. There, under the terroristic armed rule of the settler occupation, the African Revolution started to develop despite the most bitterly difficult conditions. Okay, we're going to come back down there for a moment. Let's see, tenants, 1925. This is Mississippi? I'm guessing. From this obvious donkey here, but I don't know the shape. That maybe that's no. Yeah, okay. Percent of all farmers who are tenants. Mississippi cycle of debt. Or not Mississippi, that's the other one. Cycle of debt. December, January, February. No steady work. May have odd jobs in town. Little money, must borrow from commissary. March, sharecropper prepares cotton fields. April to May, sharecropper plants cotton. Time. June, July, sharecropper cultivates cotton. Furnish. August, odd jobs on farm in town. September, October, November, sharecropper harvests crop. Settlement time, no steady work. Sharecropping causes dependence. Okay. While Euro-American trade unionism has always tried to restrict African labor's political role, no propaganda could change the basic fact that in the South, African labor was the primary factor in labor struggles. Notice that we say that African labor was the primary factor, not minority partners, not passive students awaiting the lead of Euro-American trade unionism, and certainly not just supporters of white trade unionism.
In the South, African labor in the South, African labor was the leading force for class struggle, but that class struggle was part of the new African liberation struggle. Starting in the early 1920s, African labor in the South struck out in a remarkable series of union organizing struggles. This was part of the same explosion of African consciousness that also produced the Garvey movement, the great breakthroughs in African culture, and the African communist movement. These things were not completely separate, but linked expressions of the same historic political upheaval of the whole oppressed African nation. When we think about the early organizing struggles of the United Mine Workers Union in the Southern Appalachian coal fields, hold on. My headphones are making a sore spot in my head. Okay. When we think about the early organizing struggles of the United Mine Workers Union in the Southern Appalachian coal fields, we are led to picture in our minds poor white hillbilly miners walking picket lines with rifles in hands. This is just more settleristic propaganda. The fact is that modern unionism in the Southern Appalachian coal fields came from a black thing, manned, launched, and led by African workers in their 1920s political explosion. In both the initial 1908 strike and the great 1920 to 1921 strikes in the Alabama coal fields, the majority of strikers were African. In fact, in the main 1920 to 1921 strikes, fully 70% of the striking miners were African. Those were African strikes. Much of the severe anti-unionism and violent repression of strikes in the 1920s South was linked by the imperialists to the need to stop the rising of Africans. I actually just there was some video I was watching and there was some mention of blah 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 Appalachia, and someone was asking about that, and I left some ill-informed comment saying this thing, but I included the thing about how I included a disclaimer that a focus on white workers makes me side-eye because I was in the middle of reading this book, lol. Okay. Even outside of Alabama, the coal miners' union often depended upon African struggle. One African miner who worked in the mines of Mercer County, West Virginia for 43 years recalls, "The white man was scared to join the union at first around here. The black man took the organizing jobs and set it up. We went into the bushes and met in secret, and we had all the key offices. A few of the white miners would slip around and come to our meetings. After they found out that the company wasn't going to run them away, why, they began to appear more often, and quite naturally, when they became the majority, they elected who they wanted for their presidents, vice presidents, and treasurers. They left a few jobs as secretaries for the Negroes, but at the beginning, most all of the main offices in the locals were held by Negroes." The offensive was not merely about job issues, but was a political outbreak spread among African workers in general. In 1919, thousands of African workers in the South formed the National Brotherhood Workers, a common African workers' union centered around the dock, shipyard, and railroad workers in Norfolk and Newport News, Virginia. In 1923, African postal workers in Washington, D.C. formed their own union, the National Alliance of Postal Employees. This offensive of African labor advanced throughout the 1920s and 1930s. In the mines and the Birmingham steel mills on the docks, the power in the South of African labor was being unchained. So much information about these struggles, so much of this story has been obscured and put aside. The role of African labor in shaking the empire in those years was much larger than most believe. This is no accident, for the main sources for U.S. labor history have been the various works of the Euro-American left. Those works all have in common an oppressor nation's chauvinism. In this regard, such supposedly conflicting left writings as the CPUSA's Labor's Untold Story by Boyer and Marai, the Weather Underground Organization's Prairie Fire, the syndicalist labor history book Strike by J. Brecher, or the Red Papers of the Revolutionary Union, now RCP, all commit the same distortions. The revisionists take apart in their mishistory what was one great tidal wave of anti-colonial rising by oppressed Africans. The pieces of history are then scattered, so as to leave no visible sign of the giant stature of that African development. Some pieces are bleached, stripped of their national character, and annexed by the Euro-American radicals as part of their own history. The history of African industrial workers in the North suffered this fate. Some pieces, such as the militant sharecropper struggle and the leading role of African coal miners in the Appalachian South, have been buried. Matters as a whole are distorted to shrink the African story. To take one example, the struggle around the Scottsboro Boys, the African teenagers framed for allegedly raping 2 settler girls, is always brought up, while the widespread excitement and unity in the 1930s over the defense cases of armed Africans who fought their settler oppressors is never mentioned. This is just part of the general distortion of de-emphasizing the intense rising in the African South itself and its nationalist character. Indeed, many of the most widely used Black Studies texts, such as the Bracy, Meyer, and Rudwick Black Nationalism in America, or the Huggins, Kilson, and Fox Key Issues in the Afro-American Experience, assure us that by 1930, Africans in the U.S. had lost interest in nationalism. Nationalism, they tell us, was just a passing phase back then. Excuse me. On the contrary, we must underline the fact that the struggles of African labor were and are part of the political history of the entire African nation, and can only be correctly understood in that context. Those African labor struggles were far more important than we have been told. In the major 1936 to 1937 U.S. Seamen's Strike, for example, African sailors played the decisive role in reaching victory. That was the strike that finally won union rights on all East Coast U.S. shipping. Led by Ferdinand Smith, the Jamaican socialist who was vice president of the National Maritime Union, NMUCIO, the 20,000 African seamen, who were the majority of the workers in the shipping industry of the southern and Gulf ports, shut down those ports completely until the employers gave in. African labor was gathering a mighty force in the South on its own national territory. The colonial contradictions became most intensified when these people's struggles caught fire in the cotton fields among the great oppressed mass of African tenants and sharecroppers. There, the rawest nerve of the Euro-American settled occupation was touched, since the struggle was fundamentally over the land. Revisionism has tried in its missed history to picture these sharecropper struggles as minor conflicts in a backward sector of agriculture, allegedly marginal to the main arena of struggle in auto, steel, and the rest of northern heavy industry. The sharecropper and tenant struggles were central, however, because they involved the main laboring force of the African nation and because they were fought over the land. That's why these struggles were fought out at gunpoint. The African sharecroppers and tenant farmers' struggles did not and could not take the public mass dimensions of Northern Union organization. Smoldering under the heavy-handed lynch rule of the settler occupation, the African plantation struggles would suddenly break the surface in an intense confrontation. While the issues were couched in the forms of pay, rest hours, tenants' rights, etc., the underlying issue of contention was the imperialist slavery of colonial oppression. Unlike the industrial struggles in the coal mines or steel mills, the African struggle on the land immediately and directly threatened the very fabric of Euro-American society in the South. For that reason, they were met by unrestrained settler violence, backed up by the imperialist state. In July 1931, the U.S. Empire was electrified by the news that a secret organization of African sharecroppers had been uncovered in Camp Hills, Alabama. Even worse, from the settler viewpoint, was the fact that these sharecroppers had engaged in a shootout with the local sheriff and his planter deputies, at a time when an African man in the South would take his life in his hands just in raising his voice to a local settler. This outbreak created settler panic throughout the colony, especially when it became known that the sharecroppers had brought in African communist organizers. The Alabama Sharecroppers Union had begun secretly organizing in Tallapoosa County in May of 1931. Within a month, they had gathered over 700 members. Under settler colonial rule, this effort was, of course, conspiratorial. Members were not only pledged to secrecy, but sworn to execute any African who betrayed the struggle to the settlers. Nevertheless, it was felt necessary to risk security in order to rally sentiment behind the planned strike. Weekly mass meetings were begun, as secretly as possible, at nights in a local church, but these stirrings had alerted the police forces. At the sharecroppers' second mass meeting on July 15, 1931, the gathering was discovered and attacked by armed settlers. Tallapoosa County Sheriff Young and a force of planter deputies broke into the meeting right at the beginning, beating and cursing. Only the drawn gun held by the chairman of the meeting allowed people to escape. The next night, after a feverish day of gathering settler reinforcements, Sheriff and an enlarged group of 200 armed settlers went night riding to prevent a planned African meeting and to assassinate the leaders. The settlers first targeted Ralph Gray, one of the most militant sharecroppers and one of the main organizers. Gray, who had been out on guard that night, was shot down without parley by the settlers as soon as he was identified. Badly wounded, he told his compatriots that he had emptied his shotgun at the enemy, but had become too weak to reload and continue fighting. The settler mob left, satisfied that Gray had been finished off. Hours later, hearing that the wounded sharecropper had been brought home by car still alive, the settlers regathered and attacked his house. Gray was killed, and his wife's head was fractured by a beating. But a defense guard of Africans hidden in the nearby field sniped at the invading settlers. Sheriff Young was critically wounded, and a deputy was also shot. This unexpected organized resistance by Africans pushed the settlers into a frenzy of counterinsurgency. Taft Holmes, one of the arrested sharecroppers, said after his release, They blew up the car Gray was brought home in. They arrested people wherever they found them. At home, in the store, on the road, anywhere. All the white bosses was a sheriff that day, and whenever they seen a colored man, they arrested him or beat him up. I was put in jail Friday evening. The boys who were put in Friday morning was beat up bad to make them tell, but none of them told. Even those mass arrests, general terrorism, and killings failed to break the African struggle on the land. We can understand why when we look at Ralph Gray himself. His role in the struggle grew out of his own oppression, of his own rejection of the all-embracing colonial occupation suffocating him. Gray had called on his brothers and sisters to refuse to do plantation labor for the then prevailing wages in Tallapoosa County, 50 cents per day for African men, 40 cents per day for African women. He and his wife would work over the state line in Georgia, where plantation wages were slightly higher, leaving the oldest son home to care for their chickens and pigs. In effect, Gray had started a strike of African plantation labor, urging everyone to withhold their labor until the settlers raised wages. So Sheriff Young singled Gray out. He told Gray that he and his family had to come out and chop cotton on the sheriff's farm. Obviously, if Gray submitted, then the attempted strike would be undercut. Gray refused. Then Gray had a fistfight with his landlord. While the Grays owned their own shack, they had to rent farmland from the local mail carrier, Mr. Langley. Incidentally, this was very common. Not only the planters and middle classes, but even the working class settlers in the African colony were bosses over the African colonial subjects. Many landless settlers themselves rented farmland from the banks and the planters, which they then had worked by African sharecroppers or day laborers. While African sharecroppers were, in theory, eligible for New Deal farm loans for seed and fertilizer, the common practice in the South was for the settler landlords to just take the money. When Ralph Gray's check arrived, his landlord, who was also the postman, had him sign it under the pretext that he'd deliver it to the bank for Gray. Of course, the settler just kept the money himself. Gray finally waited for Langley at the mailbox, and they got into a fistfight. Gray was a marked man because he was standing up. Colonial oppression was so suffocating that despite any dangers, the Ralph Grays of the African nation were moving toward revolution. That's why the embattled sharecroppers secretly wrote away to the communists and asked their help. Africans were picking up the gun. That should tell us something about their political direction. Even defense trials of individual African sharecroppers who had resorted to arms continued to draw attention throughout this period. The Odell Waller case in 1942 created newspaper headlines and demonstrations throughout the U.S. empire. The Richmond Times-Dispatch said, "The most celebrated case in Virginia crime annals. Odell Waller's case is being watched with interest by groups of whites and Negroes in every state of the Union." Waller shot and killed his settler landlord, Pog, who had seized the Waller family's entire wheat crop for himself. It's interesting that the landlord, Oscar Davis, was not a landowner, but a poor white who had African sharecroppers work part of his rented land for him. Good old poor whites to you. In the Waller case, the New York Times editorially called for commuting his execution on tactical grounds. "The faith of colored people in their country is deeply involved in what happens to Odell Waller. Our enemies would like to break down this faith. If Governor Darden grants the desired commutation, he will be helping his country's reputation among all the dark-skinned and yellow-skinned peoples." Waller was executed. In these defense cases, the connection to the larger anti-colonial issues was readily apparent. In the T. Davis defense case in Edmondson, Arkansas, right across the river from Memphis, Tennessee, in 1943, the African tenant farmer was sentenced to 10 years in prison for defending. The African tenant farmer was sentenced to 10 years in prison for defending his family's house against settlers breaking in. So much for those stand your ground laws, huh? Okay. Self-defense laws, only for white people. Allegedly searching for stolen goods, the freshly deputized settlers were harassing African families. When Davis refused to open his door to unidentified white men, a settler deputy started breaking it down. When the deputy kicked in the bottom of the door, D. Davis started shooting through the door to scare them off. Hold on, I'm gonna be distracted for like 1 minute. Well, I guess I have the browser muted. I don't have to worry about sounds coming through. Shmee. Okay. That harassment was not just spontaneous racism, but a campaign to drive Africans there off the land. That area in Crittenden County had been an African stronghold after the Civil War. Crittenden was the last country in Arkansas in the 19th century to have African sheriffs and county officials. Edmondson itself was established as an all-African town in that period. Edmondson itself was established as an all-African town in that period, with the entire population, stores, real estate, and farmland being African. Finally, the planters managed to organize a major armed attack on the town. Many of its people were driven out, and the African leaders were deported from the state. Most of the African land and homes were stolen by the planters. Finally, the planters managed to organize a major armed attack on the town. Many of its people were driven out, and the African leaders were deported from the state. Most of the African land and homes were stolen by the planters. Desiring only a limited number of Africans to work the occupied land as laborers, the local capitalists used terror to keep the population down, and to stop any Africans who tried to own land. should be evident that behind these African sharecropper and tenant struggles looms the larger issue and the larger rising. Despite the savage counterattacks by the settler garrison, the African struggle refused to quiet down. In Alabama, the 1931 mass arrests, terror, and assassinations failed to exterminate the sharecroppers' union. It should be evident that behind these African sharecropper and tenant struggles loomed the larger issue and the larger rising. Despite the savage counterattacks by the settler garrison, the African struggle refused to quiet down. In Alabama, the 1931 mass arrests, terror, and assassinations failed to exterminate the sharecroppers' union. The next year, another shootout took place in Tallapoosa County. On December 19th, 1932, the planter deputies killed four Africans in an attack on their organization. The brief battle was so intense that the settler attackers were forced to withdraw after they ran low on ammunition. 4 deputies were slightly wounded by African return fire. 5 Africans were sentenced to 12 to 15 years in the state penitentiary for the shootout. No settlers, of course. As late as 1935, the Alabama Sharecroppers Union was leading almost 3,000 cotton sharecroppers on a strike that had begun in bloody Lowndes County on August 19th, 1935. Armed confrontations on a small scale were taking place throughout the South. There were, of course, many Euro-American sharecroppers and tenants as well in the South. Most of them were extremely poor, a poverty whose roots lay in the original defeat of their abortive Confederate nation. For them, the possible path of class-conscious struggle was visible. Excuse me. A unique union, the Southern Tenant Farmers Union, was formed in Tyronza, Arkansas in 1934 to follow this path. No, not the STFU. Okay. The Southern Tenant Farmers Union was started by 2 Southern Euro-American Social Democrats, H.L. Mitchell, who owned a dry cleaners, and Henry East, a gas station operator. Their union involved many thousands of sharecroppers, tried several major strikes, and was notable in the upper rural South of that time for being heavily integrated. Briefly, the STFU was even a part of the National CIO before splits between settler radicals led to its ouster, and had the same prominent role in official 1930s U.S. unionism that the Farm Workers UFW does in today's AFL-CIO. The STFU failed politically because it could not resolve the relationship between oppressor and oppressed nations, could find no other basis for workers' unity other than reformism under oppressor nation domination. How wide the gulf really was on the land can be seen from an incident in Oklahoma. STFU leader H.L. Mitchell had gone to Durant, Oklahoma on an organizing drive. Addressing a group of Choctaw Indian farm workers, Mitchell called on them to get organized by joining the STFU, and then the Choctaw leader said, STFU bro, lol. No, the Choctaw leader simply ended the discussion by saying, Indian already organized. When white man and black man get ready to take back the land, we join them. The STFU's integrationism was just an effort to harness and use the militancy of the African masses to fight battles the poor whites could not sustain themselves. The African tenants and sharecroppers were the hardcore strength of the STFU, their steadfastness alone permitting enough organizations to hold together so that the poor whites had something to cling to. H.L. Mitchell, who always insisted on settler control of the Union, himself had to admit that intimidation moves were generally more successful against the whites than the Negroes. The latter have more sense of organization and the value of organization, as a greater sense of solidarity. Even this social democratic union could not successfully absorb and tame the nationalist energy of its African members. The primary organizer for the STFU in its former years was its African vice president, the Reverend E.B. McKinney. McKinney related to the STFU and its radical Euro-Americans only to the exact degree that he felt Africans thereby gained in self-organization and political strength. This rural preacher turned out to be both much better educated than most of the settler union activists and an African nationalist. One historian remarks, though willing to work with whites, he was race conscious, having been influenced by Marcus Garvey's Negro nationalism, and his people remained primarily the Negro Union members. Badly wounded by U.S. imperialism's terroristic counterblows, the African sharecropper struggle in the late 1930s continued to search for new directions. As late as 1939, there was considerable agitation. That year, Reverend McKinney quit the STFU in protest, saying that the Negro is the GOAT? That doesn't seem right. He is the GOAT, gamer of all time. Sure, okay. That's what the web version says too, but they haven't fixed all the typos in that one either, so. Okay. All 13 African tenant farmer union locals in Arkansas quit the STFU and joined the rival CIO union as a group. These African sharecroppers were trying to take advantage of Euro-American labor factional infighting, playing those factions off each other, attempting to find a situation with the most resources and leverage for themselves. In January 1939, thousands of dispossessed, landless African sharecroppers in southern and southeastern Missouri took to the highways in a major demonstration. To dramatize their demand for bread and land, the sharecroppers set up a tent city lining the roadsides of a national highway. This protest, which lasted for months, caught empire-wide attention and was an early forerunner to the 1960s freedom marches and other such actions. It was a very visible sign of the struggle of Africans to resist leaving their lands, to resist imperialist dispossession. Practice showed that the African sharecropper and tenant labor struggles not only had a class character, but were part of a larger national struggle. They were anti-colonial struggles, having the goal of removing the boot heel of settler occupation off of African life and land. In this stirring, the African masses, rural as well as urban, sharecroppers as well as steel workers, were creating new forms of organization, trying mass struggles of varied kinds, and taking steps toward revolution. Again, it is important to recognize the meaning of the reality that Africans were picking up the gun and raising the need for socialist liberation. This gradually developing struggle was against U.S. imperialism and had a revolutionary direction. In the 30s, African communism grew, taking root. 3. Oh, hello, Geode. Thank you for the 7-month resub. I hope you enjoy question mark my emotes, I guess. Yeah. Let's see. This gradually developing struggle was against U.S. imperialism and had a revolutionary direction. In the 30s, African communism grew, taking root not only in the refugee ghettos of the North, but in the South as well. Primarily, this political activity took form within the Communist Party USA, which the ABB had joined. While we can recognize the CPUSA finally as a settleristic party of revisionism, it is important to see that in the Deep South at the time, the CPUSA was predominantly an underground organization of African revolutionaries. The CPUSA was accepted not only because of its labor and legal defense activities, but because in that period, the CPUSA was espousing independence for the oppressed African nation. Hosea Hudson, an African steelworker who played a major role in the CPUSA in Alabama in the 1930s, points out that the party of his personal experience was in reality an African organization. Up in the top years in 33, 34, 35, the party in Birmingham and Alabama was dominated by Negroes. At one time, we had estimated around Birmingham around 600 or 700 members, and in the whole state of Alabama, it was considered about 1,000 members. We had only a few whites, and I mean a few whites. so that in the African nation, not just a small intellectual vanguard, not just a handful, but a significant number of Africans were illegally organizing for socialist revolution and national liberation. Hudson makes it plain that African communists then had very explicit ideas about their eventually leading a freed and sovereign African nation in the South. Should I read this newspaper snippet? Sharecropper bears story of oppression. New York, April 27, CNA. The conditions of murderous oppression and economic robbery imposed by the white landlords on the starving Negro sharecroppers of Alabama are graphically depicted in the following simple letter from a Tallapoosa, Alabama sharecropper. Oh, it's kind of crunched up. I don't really feel like trying to decipher it. Trodden underfoot. The Dadeville trial. Like unto a rabbit for bread, land, and freedom. Shmeemir, shmeemir. Okay. Our struggle was around many outstanding issues in our party program in the whole South. 1. Full. Wait, why does that say 1? I don't see any other numbers. In the whole South. Full economic, political, and social equality to the Negro people and the right of self-determination of the Negro people in the Black Belt. When we got together, we discussed and we read The Liberator. The party put out this newspaper, The Liberator. It was always carrying something about the liberation of black people, something about Africa, something about the South, Scottsboro, etc., etc. We'd compare, we'd talk about the right of self-determination. We discussed the whole question of if we established government, what roles we comrades would play, about the relationship of the white, of the poor white, of the farmers, etc. in this area. 5 farmers in Alabama convicted, terms in prison for sharecroppers. Shmeemir, shmeemir. If you had a government in the South, they'd give you the right of self-determination in the Black Belt. You've got whites there. What would you do with the whites? We say the whites would be recognized on the basis of their percentage, represented on all bodies and all committees, but the Negroes at all times would be in the majority. It's revealing that at that time, when African communism had easily as much strength and numbers in the South as it did in the 1970s, they had a nationalist program. The goal of national independence very clearly made sense to the grassroots. And at that time, in the early 1930s, the overwhelming majority of African communists in the South were proletarians. Excuse me. As we put back together some of the pieces of the new African story, we see even in incomplete outline that this struggle had indeed renewed itself and entered the modern period. The African proletariat had stood up, particularly in the South, and had spearheaded new industrial unionism campaigns, with or without the alliances with white workers. On the plantations, the masses were starting to organize. Spontaneous resistance to the settler colonial occupation was breaking out. The most politically conscious of all these were becoming communists, with African communism rapidly growing and taking on its vanguard role. Thousands of Africans stepped forward in those years to commit themselves to armed revolution, self-government through independence for the African nation, and socialism. This was a program that had won respect among African people, particularly in the South. And then white boys ruined it, as usual. The vanguard racists, woo! Okay. The political horizons for Africans had opened wide in those years. It is especially important to understand that masses of Africans viewed themselves as part of a world struggle, that their aims and concerns encompassed but went far beyond immediate economic issues. Nothing proved this more clearly than the spontaneous mass movement to support Ethiopia in its war against Italian imperialism. In October 1935, the Italian Empire invaded Ethiopia in a drive to expand its North African colonies, which at that time included Somalia, Eritrea, and Libya. Italian imperialists were especially glad at that new invasion since it gave them a chance to avenge their humiliating defeat at Adowa in 1896. Ethiopia was then, however, feudalistic its society, the only actually independent nation left in Africa. It had remained independent for the only possible reason, because it had repeatedly maintained its national integrity and had militarily repulsed European intrusions. The early Portuguese slavers had been driven off. Even when the Italian army, 40,000 soldiers armed with rifle and artillery, invaded Ethiopia in 1896, the Ethiopian nation defeated them. These Italian divisions were surrounded and wiped out at Adowa by Emperor Menelik's 250,000 Ethiopian soldiers. The humbled Italian Empire was forced after Ottawa to publicly recognize the Ethiopian borders and even to pay the Ethiopian government heavy cash reparations. So in 1935, after some years of preparatory border incidents, the Mussolini regime eagerly sent its tank divisions and airplane squadrons slicing into Ethiopia. Africans within the US empire reacted instantly in a great uproar of anger and solidarity. Journalist Roy Otley pointed out that there had been no event in recent times that stirred the rank and file of Negroes more than the Italo-Ethiopian War. It is important to grasp the full and exact significance of this political upheaval. All over the African continent and in the New World, Africans were being oppressed by the European colonial powers. Why then did this one case call forth such special attention from Africans in the US empire? Because it involved the principle of national rights for Africans, the defense of African nationhood. Even the moderate political forces rallied around this most basic issue to the nationally oppressed. Even someone such as Walter White? No, it can't be. Oh, they turned him into a Breaking Bad guy. Why did they do that? Even someone such as Walter White, the executive secretary of the NAACP, could angrily write, "Italy, brazenly, has set fire under the powder keg of white arrogance and greed, which seems destined to become an act of suicide for the so-called white world." At its 1935 National Convention, the NAACP assailed the imperialistic selfishness of all nations and their shameless aggression upon the sovereignty of other nations. The defense of African nationhood was primary in everyone's mind. Dr. L.K. Williams, president of the National Baptist Convention, told a mass rally, "We do not want to see the last black empire in Africa lose its independence and culture." The Fraternal Council of Negro Churches, representing the major African denominations, issued an official resolution saying, "Americans of African descent are deeply stirred in their attitudes and sympathies for Ethiopia, a Negroid people who represent almost the only remaining example of independent government by the black race on the continent of Africa." Okay. So this concern was broadly shared by the African nation as a whole, not just by some strata or some political sectors. The support movement took many forms. Clearly, the leading group in the mass mobilization was the Garvey movement's United Negro Improvement Association, UNIA. I'll just call it UNIA. This was, we should recall, the same nationalist organization that prominent academic historians now assure us was abandoned and unimportant at that time. Captain A.L. King, head of the UNIA in New York, was the chairman of the United African Support Committee. J.A. Rogers, the leading intellectual of the Garvey movement in the U.S., was the main propagandist and educator for the support movement. The African United Front Committee involved not only the UNIA and other nationalist organizations, but the CPUSA, church leaders, African college groupings, and so on. Within several months after the invasion, the Friends of Ethiopia had 106 local branches both north and south. There were mass church meetings, rallies, marches of thousands, and picket lines outside Italian government offices. The national character of the movement. My nose is itchy again. What a horrible fate. Weaknesses of the flesh, or whatever. The national character of that movement was underlined by the fact that virtually to the last person, Africans boycotted the well-funded and Euro-American-run international relief efforts. The American Red Cross admitted that Africans refused to join its Ethiopian aid campaign. Africans insisted on their own all-African campaign that was highly political. The political counterattack by U.S. imperialism struck at this point. Somehow, a rumor kept spreading that the Ethiopians thought of themselves as Caucasian and that they allegedly viewed Africans, most especially in the U.S. empire, with contempt. There was a demoralizing confusion from this rumor. Oh, what the hell is wrong with the formatting on this bit? Okay, let me Control F. Okay. To expose this lie, representatives of the Ethiopian government came to the U.S. at a packed Harlem meeting of 3,000 people at Reverend Adam Clayton Powell Jr.'s Baptist Church. Ethiopian envoy Tasfaye invoked the solidarity of oppressed African peoples. It is said that we despise Negroes. In the first place, you are not Negroes. Who told you that you were Negroes? You are the sons and daughters of Africa, your motherland, which calls you now to aid her last surviving free black people. The volunteer movement arose spontaneously throughout the nation. Thousands upon thousands of Africans volunteered to go fight in Ethiopia. The Black Legion established a military training camp in rural New York, and its leaders urged Africans to prepare to renounce U.S. citizenship. While the volunteer movement was blocked by U.S. imperialism, its popular nature shows how powerful were the potential forces being expressed through the Ethiopian support issue. The 2 Africans from the U.S. Empire who did fight in Ethiopia, both fighter pilots, were heroes back home, whose adventures were widely followed by the African press. The conflict was fought out in miniature on the streets of Jersey City, Brooklyn, and Harlem between Africans and pro-fascist Italian immigrants. The night of August 11th, 1935, over 1,000 Africans and Italians fought with baseball bats and rocks on the streets of Jersey City. On October 4th, 1935, the day after the main invasion began, thousands of Africans attacked Italian shops in Harlem and Brooklyn. On the streets, the masses of ordinary Africans viewed their fight and the fight in Ethiopia as very close. It's indicative that in 1936, a late-night street corner rally of the African Patriotic League called to protest Italian mass executions of Ethiopian patriots rapidly turned into an attack on the police. Smashing Italian store windows, the crowd of 400 Africans marched down Lenox Avenue in Harlem looking for a particular policeman who made a point of arresting nationalists. In the mass fighting with police that followed, the New York police started shooting after the determined crowd charged them to successfully free one of their number who had been arrested. Ethiopia was close to home. The great outpouring of nationalist sentiment that accompanied the Ethiopian War was, we must emphasize, widespread throughout the U.S. empire. One New Orleans resident wrote to the Courier that the Ethiopian crisis proved that the time is here for the Negro to begin to look for the higher things in life, a flag of his own, a government of his own, and complete liberty. This was the developing consciousness that so threatened U.S. imperialism. Oh, why does that look like that? To the people of Harlem, don't buy from Italians. The white world is trying to carry out its policy of white supremacy. We're trying to destroy Ethiopia, the last reigning empire in Africa. There must be one answer from the black peoples of the world to this attack. We must unite and stand ready to defend Ethiopia, regardless of what England, France, Italy, and other white nations have to say. The masses of color, something, must combine their forces. Shmima, shmima. Shmee, 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 shmee. To disrupt the nation. Population recruitment. I'm actually going to be right back real quick and attack my nose with some pungent chemicals. I'm going to wipe my nose with something real quick. Kev. Okay, to disrupt the nation, population recruitment. It was only against the rise of the African nation that we could see in brilliant detail how the US empire wove together in the net of counterinsurgency. We know that a period that began around World War I and which continued through the 1930s, a period in which African nationalism militantly took hold of the masses, ended in the 1940s with the triumph of pro-imperialist integrationism as the dominant political philosophy in the African communities. US counterinsurgency was the hidden factor in this paradoxical outcome. In the Philippine War of 1898 to 1901, the US empire openly spoke of its counterinsurgency strategy. The same was true in Vietnam in the 1960s, but in the African colony of the 1930s, US counterinsurgency was concealed. It was nonetheless real, nonetheless genocidal for having been done without public announcements. It is when we view what happened in this light as components of a strategy of counterinsurgency that the political events suddenly come into full focus. Usually, counterinsurgency involves three principal components. 1. Violent suppression or extermination of the revolutionary cadre and organizations. 2. Paralyzing the mass struggle itself through genocidal population recruitment. 3. Substituting pro-imperialist bourgeois leadership and institutions for patriotic leadership and institutions within the colonial society. The terroristic suppression of African militants in the South has been discussed, and in any case, should be well understood. What has been less discussed are the two other parts. Population recruitment. Population regroupment. In Mao Zedong's famous analogy, the guerrillas in People's War are fish, while the masses are the sea that both sustains and conceals them. Population recruitment, in the CIA's terminology, population recruitment strategy seeks to dry up that sea by literally uprooting the masses and disrupting the whole social fabric of the oppressed nation. In Vietnam, the strategy resulted in the widespread chemical poisoning of crops and forest land, the depopulation of key areas, and the involuntary movement of 1/3 of the total South Vietnamese population off their lands to protected hamlets and refugee centers, i.e., the CIA's reservations for Vietnamese. These blows only show how great an effort, what magnitude of resources is expended on imperialist counterinsurgency. In response to growing political unrest, the US empire moved inexorably to drive Africans off the land, out of industry, and force them into exile. The New Deal of President Franklin Roosevelt, the major banks and corporations, and the main Euro-American political and social organizations, unions, political parties, etc., worked together to destroy the economic base of the African nation, to separate Africans from their lands, and to thus destabilize and gradually depopulate the African communities in and adjacent to the national territory. One History of U.S. Welfare Programs notes, Many New Deal programs ran roughshod over the most destitute. Federal agricultural policy, for example, was designed to raise farm prices by taking land out of cultivation, an action that also took many tenant farmers and sharecroppers out of the economy. The National Recovery Administration, seeking to placate organized employers and organized labor, permitted racial differentials in wages to be maintained. The Tennessee Valley Authority deferred to local prejudice by not hiring blacks. All this was done not unknowingly, but rather out of concern for building a broad base for the new programs. It was left to FERA, Federal Emergency Relief Act, to succor the casualties of the New Deal's pragmatic policies. Since blacks got little from, or were actually harmed by, most programs, 30% of the black population ended up on the direct relief rolls by January 1935. Just as the 30% of the South Vietnamese people were forcibly made dependent upon direct U.S. handouts in the 1960s in order just to eat, so 30% of the African people in the U.S. were similarly reduced by 1935, but not for long. That was only the first stage. In the second, relief was turned over to the local planter governments, who proceeded to force Africans off the relief rolls to drive them out of the region. That history of U.S. welfare continues. Under pressure from Southern congressmen, any wording that might have been interpreted as constraining the states from racial discrimination and welfare was deleted from the Social Security Act of 1935. The Southern states then proceeded to use the free hands they had been given to keep blacks off the rolls. It is important to see that Africans were not just the victims of discrimination and blind economic circumstances, last hired, first fired, etc. Africans were the targets of imperialist New Deal policy. We must remember that the archaic, parasitic Euro-American planter capitalists were on the verge of final bankruptcy and literal dissolution in the early years of the Depression. Further, despite the 1929 Depression, there was in fact relatively little agricultural unemployment among Africans in the rich Mississippi River cottonland of the Delta, the Kush, until the winter of 1933 to 34. Then these two facts were suddenly reversed. The New Deal's 1934 Agricultural Adjustment Act rescued the ruined planter capitalists, giving them cash subsidies so that they could hold on to the land and continue serving as U.S. imperialism's overseers in the African South. But those U.S. imperialist subsidies literally gave the planters cash for each sharecropper and tenant farmer they forced off the plantation. The primary effort then was to forcibly destabilize and eventually depopulate the rural African communities. One 1935 evaluation of the AAA program by the lawyer for the Southern Tenant Farmers Union pointed out. Hold on, let me see the asterisk. Is that it? That doesn't, usually it's at the bottom of the current page. Yeah, I guess so. Interestingly enough, the 1934 AAA and the entire program was administered by FDR's Secretary of Agriculture, Henry Wallace. This man was later to become the darling of the CPUSA and the 1948 presidential candidate of the CPUSA-led Progressive Party. Womp womp. Let's see. One 1935 evaluation of the AAA program by the lawyer for the Southern Tenant Farmers Union, the STFU, pointed out, before its passage, most of the plantations of the South were heavily mortgaged. It was freely prophesied that the plantation system was breaking down under its own weight, and that the great plantations would soon be broken up into small farms, owned by the people who cultivate them. But by federal aid, the plantation system of the South is more strongly entrenched than it had been for years. However, this is not the most significant effect of the federal aid. By it, cotton acreage was reduced about 40%, and something like 40% of the tenants were displaced. The displacement was also taking place in the factories and even the coal field, where, as we noted in the previous section, African workers had played a leading role in militant unionization. As the coal mines of the South gradually became unionized during the 1930s, African workers and their families were driven out by the tens of thousands. The large coal companies and the United Mine Workers Union, UMWCIO, while they had class differences, had oppressor nation unity. The imperialists had decided to drive rebellious African labor out of the southern coal fields, and the pro-imperialist CIO unions eagerly cooperated. Between 1930 and 40, the percentage of African miners in the 5 southern Appalachian states, Alabama, Virginia, Tennessee, West Virginia, and Kentucky, was deliberately cut from 23% to 16%, and it would keep on being cut year after year, regardless of economic boom or bust. And hold on, let me read this thing here. These agricultural workers paid $8 apiece to be driven by truck to a work camp at Bridgeton, New Jersey in 1942. Shmeema. They drive by capital to strike down African labor, to force the colonial masses out of the main economy, intensified throughout the 1930s. Between 1930 to 36, some 50% of all African skilled workers were pushed out of their jobs. Careful observers at that time made the point that this was not caused by the Depression alone, but clearly reflected a strategy used by imperialism against the African nation as a whole. W.E.B. Du Bois said in the main address of the 1933 Fisk University commencement ceremony, "We do not know that American Negroes will survive. There are sinister signs about us, antecedent to and unconnected with the Great Depression. The organized might of industry, north and south, is relegating the Negro to the edge of survival and using him as a labor reservoir on starvation wage. In the fields, tens of thousands of African farm families during the 1930s were driven not only off the land, but out of the South altogether. As we have seen, this was clearly not the result of blind economic circumstances, but was the genocidal result of imperialist policy, as enacted by the most liberal settler administration in U.S. history. The social disruption and depopulation were no less significant for Africans than for other dispersed colonial peoples, such as the Palestinians. The militant struggle on the land, and the turn of African workers toward revolution, was not only blunted by violent repression. Increasingly, the African masses were involuntarily dispersed, scattered into the refugee camps of the northern ghettos, removed from established portions and industries and trades that were an irreplaceable part of the modern nation. It was not just a matter of dollars, important as income is to the oppressed. What was happening ravaged the national culture. The sea of African society was stricken at its material base. Excuse me. All right, I'm gonna pop the clip open real quick. Okay. Neocolonialism and leadership. The U.S. empire has had a long and successful history of applying neocolonialism to hold down the oppressed. In Latin America and in New Africa during the mid-1800s, the U.S. empire utilized neocolonialism prior even to the advent of world imperialism. But in the 1920s and early 1930s, U.S. imperialism's neocolonial instruments lost control over the African masses. In order to re-establish pro-imperialist leadership over African politics, U.S. imperialism had to forge new neocolonial instruments. These neocolonial instruments were not only traditional, but also radical and even socialistic in outward form, and had the special task of controlling the modern forces of African trade unionism and African socialism that had arisen so widely. We should remember that the essence of neocolonialism is an outward form of national self-determination and popular democracy, concealing a submissive relationship within imperialism on the part of the new bourgeois forces. As Amilcar Cabral pointed out almost 20 years ago concerning neocolonialism, the objective of the imperialist countries was to prevent the enlargement of the socialist camp, to liberate the reactionary forces in our countries, which were being stifled by colonialism, and to enable these forces to ally themselves with the international bourgeoisie. The fundamental idea was to create a bourgeoisie where one did not exist, in order specifically to strengthen the imperialist and the capitalist camp. The U.S. empire had literally done exactly that in the 1870s. The neocolonial stage known as Black Reconstruction had qualitatively changed and even enlarged the new African petite bourgeoisie, the little business owners. This class, even in defeat by the Euro-American planter capitalists, were to a degree held up by and patronized by U.S. imperialism, and they retained, like a religion, their loyalty and dependence upon the federal government. Washington, D.C. was their Mecca or Rome. Indeed, the federal government was for many years the prime employer of the African petite bourgeoisie. Many African politicians of the 19th century were consoled by federal patronage jobs for the lost glories of Reconstruction. U.S. Senator Blanche Bruce from Mississippi was the last African in the Senate. When his term ended in 1881, Mississippi politics were back under planter control, and he was replaced. For his loyal example, the Empire awarded him the position in Washington of U.S. Register of the Treasury. For the next 32 years, That post would be reserved for loyal African leaders. Even Frederick Douglass was not immune to the ideological bent of his class. He was appointed U.S. Marshal for the District of Columbia, and later in his life was U.S. Consul to Haiti. Small wonder that the former radical abolitionist spent years preaching how Africans should always remain loyal to the Republican Party, Northern capital, and the federal government. Wow. By 1892, the federal offices in Washington employed some 1,500 Africans, while most of these jobs were as cleaning women and the lowliest of clerks. A trickle of professional and official positions were reserved for handpicked African petit bourgeois leaders. Washington, D.C. was then the capital in exile of Africans, the center of Negro society. Some 8 bureaucratic positions with status eventually were reserved for them. D.C. Municipal Judge, Register of the Treasury, Deputy Register, Assistant District Attorney for D.C., Auditor of the Navy Department, Chief Surgeon at D.C. Freedmen's Hospital, Collector of Customs at Georgetown, and U.S. Assistant Attorney General. In 1913, a journalist lightheartedly labeled these 8 the Black Cabinet, but what began in jest was eagerly taken up by petit bourgeois Africans in seriousness. The custom began of regarding the Black Cabinet as the representatives to the U.S. government of the whole African population within the U.S. So a petit bourgeois African national leadership had been created, which was in fact both employed by and solely picked by the imperialist government. This book has that word. Which word? Black Cabinet? I don't know. It does use an outdated word for black people, but I mean it's usually because it's quoting people from like the 1890 to 1920 or whatever. That's sort of when the actual slur comes up, I just say N-word. But yeah, it's like the old word of the N-word. Yeah, I don't know, it's just the word they used back then. Even a lot of black people referred to themselves as it. There was even... Excuse me. Like, I mean... It also is literally just the word for black in like Spanish, negro, or something like that. But like there was also an instance of the word negroid up there when I think it was a black person referring to other black people, which is kind of weird because that's like a word that was invented by scientific racists along with like Caucasoid and Mongoloid and other such nonsense. But like, I don't know, whatever. It was the age of race science nonsense, so but yeah. This book itself generally refers to them as refers to black people as Africans or the African nation, the colonial African nation or whatever. Obviously not like the actual continent Africa. It's, they say African with like a K. And then they're also referring to American with a K. And actually, I guess that's not in the book itself, but in some of the extra stuff outside of the book itself on the website, they have America with like the 3 Ks. Yeah. Let's see. African national leadership, both employed by and solely picked by the imperialist government. At this time, the most prominent African in these circles, standing in reality even above the Black Cabinet, was Booker T. Washington of Tuskegee Institute. Washington was viewed by the imperialists as their chief African advisor and served them as a leading propagandist and apologist for white supremacy and colonialism. In return, any African who sought position or funds from the imperialists had to be approved by him. During the Theodore Roosevelt and Taft administrations, even the black cabinet appointments were cleared first with him. Washington had great fame and, acting for the empire, some influence over African education, newspapers, community institutions, and so on. But, of course, neither he nor the other imperialist-selected African leaders represented the will of the masses. Oh, right, also, I guess, yeah, since it's almost always in quotes that the word Negro is used, I don't know, maybe I'm doing like the yeehaw accent, because that's how the Americans sound. But like, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I don't know. It makes it obvious when I'm quoting some dusty old white guy. But, okay. I don't know. It's whatever. At the end of World War I, an anti-colonial movement of incredible vigor burst forth, seemingly almost overnight, that rejected both the U.S. empire and the bourgeois leadership that it had installed for Africans. This was the historic movement touched off and led by the Jamaican Marcus Garvey. Even its enemies conceded that the African masses were expressing their deep desires through this rebellious movement of African nationalism. I'm thinking about why they didn't use black or African American to refer to them. I would say for the term African American, why they didn't use that in this book is probably because they're emphasizing the early division where they weren't even really considered Americans. So I guess maybe that term that appeared later was like part of the whole integration thing where they're trying to absorb them into capitalist America. I'm not sure. I guess using the term black probably would have been totally fine, but maybe it was to emphasize the fact that the like framing of black African people as a like colonial entity within imperialist America, imperialist United States. Yeah. Let's see. This was the historic movement touched off by and led by the Jamaican Marcus Garvey. Even its enemies conceded that the African masses were expressing their deep desires through this rebellious movement of African nationalism. The Garvey movement at its peak in the early 1920s was the greatest outbreak of African political activity since the Civil War. It said that Africans could find their liberation in building a new, modern African nation of their own back on the soil of the African continent. The proposed nation would eventually unite and protect Africans everywhere, in the U.S. Empire and the West Indies, as well as on the African continent itself. This new nation would expand to liberate all Africa from colonialism and unite it into one continental African power. There, Africans would shape their own destiny in great industries, universities, agricultural cooperatives, and cultural institutions of their own. As a beginning toward the day, Garveyism organized national institutions here in all spheres of life. However modest, these medical, religious, military, economic, and other organizations were designed to develop African self-reliance and national independence. If Garveyism suffered from practical shortcomings, nevertheless, its imposing sweep of vision expressed the burning national aspirations of the suppressed African peoples, and not only within the U.S. but worldwide. Let's see what this is. Booker T. Washington in his office at Tuskegee Institute, 1906. Garveyism's great contribution consisted of the fact that it raised high for all to see a vision of African life that was completely self-reliant, built around their own national economy and culture, that waited on no European to accept them or emancipate them, that was dependent solely on African energies and will. In this Garveyism, In this, Garveyism was expressing the strongest desires of the African masses. It is no accident that Garveyism and its successor, the Nation of Islam, were the two largest outbreaks of African activity and organization building within the continental empire of our century. Even such a self-admitted skeptic as Richard Wright was profoundly moved by Garveyism in his youth. The one group I met during those exploring days, whose lives enthralled me, was the Garveyites, an organization of black men and women who were forlornly seeking to return to Africa. Theirs was a passionate rejection of America, for they sensed with that directness of which only the simple are capable, that they had no chance to live a full human life in America. Their lives were not cluttered with ideas in which they could only half believe. They could not create illusions which made them think they were living when they were not. Their daily lives were too nakedly harsh to permit of camouflage. I understood their emotions, for I partly shared them. The Garveyites had embraced a totally racialistic outlook, which endowed them with a dignity that I had never before seen in Negroes. On the walls of their dingy flats were maps of Africa and India and Japan, pictures of Japanese generals and admirals, portraits of Marcus Garvey and gaudy regalia, the faces of colored men and women from all parts of the world. I gave no credence to the ideology of Garveyism. It was rather the emotional dynamics of its adherents that evoked my admiration. Those Garveyites I knew could never understand why I liked them, but would never follow them, as I pitied them too much to tell them that they could never achieve their goal. Oh, this guy sucks. It was when the Garveyites spoke fervently of building their own country, of someday living within the boundaries of a culture of their own making, that I sensed the passionate hunger of their lives, that I caught a glimpse of the potential strength of the American Negro. And then we popped this Wright guy like a grape. The Garvey movement's ambitious economic ventures, in particular the ill-fated Black Star ship line, became centers of controversy. There is no doubt, however, that at the time they were often considered as very difficult but necessary steps for African progress. Even W.E.B. Du Bois of the NAACP, who was one of Garvey's favorite targets for scorn as a white man's N-word, initially spoke out in favor of Garvey's program, but not his personal leadership. The main lines of the Garvey plan are perfectly feasible. What he is trying to say and do is this: American Negroes can, by accumulating and administering their own capital, organize industry, join the black centers of the South Atlantic by commercial enterprise, and in this way, ultimately redeem Africa as a fit and free home for black men. This is true. It is feasible. The plan is not original with Garvey, but he had popularized it, made it a living, vocal ideal, and swept thousands with him, an intense belief in the possible accomplishment of the ideal. To the extent that Garveyism was naive about capitalism, which it obviously was, this was a stage of development widely shared by its critics as well. Garveyism's weakness was that it saw in capitalism the form of social organization of the colonizer, the instruments that Africans could use to free themselves. Capitalizing on others? So that the essence of nation building was expressed in forms precisely paralleling those of European society: businesses, churches, Black Cross, etc., etc. Garvey's predilection for Western titles of nobility, Duke of Nigeria, and full-dress European court uniforms was but a symptom of this. While this made the concept of independent African nationhood instantly understandable, it also was a contradiction and a blind alley. Millions of Africans responded to the call of Garvey's United Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, read its newspaper, The Negro World, bought stock in its African business ventures, bought stonks in its African business ventures, came out to its meetings and rallies. In 1920, some 50,000 Africans marched in a mass UNIA rally in Harlem. Garvey claimed 4.5 million members for the UNIA. His critics charged that an examination of the UNIA's public financial reports revealed that the Garvey movement had only 90,000 members, of whom only 20,000 were paid up at that time in dues. The UNIA was so overwhelming that its critics could try to belittle it by saying that it had only 90,000 members. The UNIA's international effect was very profound. Claude McKay reminds us that in the interior of West Africa, new legends arose of an African who had been lost in America, but would return to save his people. On the Nigerian coast, Africans would light great bonfires, sleeping on the beaches, waiting to guide in the ships of Moses Garvey. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana and Ho Chi Minh of Vietnam both said that Garvey had been an important inspiration for them. Yeah. If you don't know who Ho Chi Minh is for some reason, he's the one that led the communist revolution in Vietnam. I don't know who Kwame Nkrumah is, though. Francis Kwame Nkrumah was a Ghanaian politician, political theorist, and revolutionary. He served as Prime Minister of the Gold Coast from 1952 to 57 when it gained independence from Britain. He was then the first Prime Minister and President of Ghana from 57 to 66. How many assassination attempts were there on him? 6. Probably. Okay. Oh, water and stretch and head pats? Thank you. I gotta go itch my nose up a storm or something. Hand is behind the avatar, you mean this? Yeah, I'm doing that on purpose so I don't block the text. Just keeping the mouse pointer over here. Unless you mean something else. Shmear, 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 shmear. The head pat hand? Oh. Okay. I'm gonna take you to the void real quick. Ouch. I just had it below. It's because I had the PNG tour thing, PNG tour plus all the way at the top of that source. Clements Cadley. Oh wait, I forgot to do the things. Forgot to stretch the water. Let's see. Clements. Oh yeah, sorry, it's supposed to stretch you. Okay. Crack. Clements Cadley, who is 250,000 member Industrial and Commercial Workers Union, ICU, was the first African working class political organization in Azania, said that he had been much influenced by the Unia. In British Kenya, the separationist Kikuyu Christians brought in Unia ministers from the US to train and ordain their own first ministers, and it was from these congregations that much of the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, called Mau Mau by the British, would come a generation later. Wow, far-reaching effects. The Garvey movement, in Nkrumah's words, raised the banner of African liberation on 3 continents. In Haiti, U.S. Marines violently put down the Unia. In Costa Rica and Cuba, the United Fruit Company used what is the United Fruit Company's modern name? It's the predecessor to today's Chiquita Brands International. Oh, it's that one. the lady with the football on her head. Here it is. Let's see. In Costa Rica and Cuba, the United Fruit Company used police power to repress it. George Padmore, a bitter opponent of Garvey, recounts that in certain places, the punishment for being seen with a In certain places, the punishment for being seen with the Negro world was 5 years at hard labor, and in French Dahomey it was life imprisonment. It was suppressed in such places as... Oh, maybe it's the name of a book or something. It was suppressed in such places as Trinidad, British Guiana, Barbados, etc., in the West Indies, and all French, Portuguese, Belgian, and some of the British colonies of Africa. In the continental U.S., the Garvey movement was met with varying degrees of repression. Malcolm X's father, we should recall, was assassinated by the KKK because he was an organizer for the UNIA. But overall, U.S. imperialism moved against this surprising upsurge with some care. After several of Garvey's former lieutenants were suborned. What does suborned mean? Bribed or otherwise induced to commit an unlawful act such as perjury. After several of Garvey's former lieutenants were suborned by the U.S. government, the imperialists had Garvey arrested for alleged mail fraud. This tactic of posing Garvey as a common criminal was conceived by none other than J. Edgar Hoover, who at the time was a rising FBI official. In an October 11, 1919 memorandum, Hoover noted that Garvey was agitating the Negro movement. Unfortunately, however, he has not as yet violated any federal law. It occurs to me, however, from the attached clipping that there might be some proceeding against him for fraud in connection with his Black Star line. Eventually, Garvey was convicted, imprisoned in Atlanta federal prison, and later deported in 1927. The door, however, had been opened. What was most apparent was that the old, conservative, imperialist-sponsored African leadership had been shoved aside and left behind by this outbreak. They could no longer even pretend to lead or control the African people. It is significant that even the liberal civil rights integrationists had been overshadowed by the new militant nationalism. This was a time of rich ideological struggle and transformation in the African nation. That, however, is not the precise focus of our investigation. What we are looking at is the neo-colonial relationship between the forming petite bourgeois civil rights leadership and U.S. imperialism. We are analyzing how, in a time of mass unrest and the beginnings of rebellion among Africans, U.S. imperialism helped promote a neo-colonial African leadership that in outward form was integrationist, protest-oriented, radical, and even socialist. The political attack against the Garvey movement within the African nation was most aggressively spearheaded by a young African socialist and labor organizer, Asa Philip Randolph, who used only his first initial A. Since those years of the early 1920s, Randolph, even then one of the leading African radical intellectuals, would grow in stature and influence. A. Philip Randolph became the organizer and then the president of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. He would become, for decades, the most important African union leader, eventually rising to be the only African member of the AFL-CIO Executive Council, aka that old trash, cringe, racist white union. As the leader of the historic 1941 March on Washington movement, he was credited with forcing the federal government to desegregate industry. To most today, Randolph is at best a dim name somehow associated with dusty events in the past. In 1969, he had an 80th birthday dinner at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York, where he was personally congratulated not only by Coretta King and other African notables, but by Governor Nelson Rockefeller and AFL-CIO President George Meany. It's hard for activists today to view him as anything but another of the faceless Uncle Toms. Uncle Tom being conservative black guy who betrays you. Gotta know your place or whatever, crunch. This greatly underestimates his historic role. To grasp how useful he was to the U.S. empire, we have to see that the young A. Philip Randolph was a radical star in the African community. He was an angry, provocative troublemaker with an image as bold as a James Foreman or a Cesar Chavez. Randolph published the first socialist African journal aimed at workers, promoting African unionism. The Messenger carried the motto, "The only radical Negro magazine in America," and had 45,000 readers. He was arrested and briefly held by federal authorities for speaking out against World War I. The New York State Legislature's investigative committee called him the most dangerous Negro in America. Randolph did his work inside the African struggle as a radical mass leader, not as a conservative talking conciliator sitting in a fancy office somewhere. His long tenure as the lone recognized African leader on a national level in the AFL-CIO was so striking that it led the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. to query in an article why the absence of... No, I'm not going to try and do fucking Martin Luther King voice. The absence of Negro trade union leadership. 85% of Negroes are working people. Some 2 million are in trade unions, but in 50 years we have produced only one national leader, A. Philip Randolph. This is a question whose answer will become apparent to us. He was sussing him. At the beginning of Randolph's political career, this ambitious young intellectual was taken in and helped by the Unia. Garvey appointed him as head of the Unia delegation to the League of Nations conference at the end of World War I. Randolph was denied a U.S. passport and was unable to go. When Randolph and his close associate Chandler Owen needed assistance for the Messenger, the Unia provided them with offices in the Harlem building that it owned. The Unia attempted to be broadly encouraging to African ventures, even those of a socialist nature, so long as they were African-run and oriented. Let's see these. This is a pic of A. Philip Randolph, 1889, president and general organizer of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. Photo of early 1930s, original in Chicago Historical Society. And then this is above is the editorial office of Crisis, the magazine of the NAACP. See. Randolph's integrationism and ambition led him to break with the Unia. It was not, we should emphasize, only a political struggle within African ranks alone. The U.S. oppressor nation was also involved in the dispute. While Randolph and his fellow integrationists, totally impressed with the might of the U.S. empire, never believed that national liberation could succeed, they feared that the growing mass agitation would antagonize settlers. Defeatist much crunches you? To these neo-colonialists, settler goodwill and patronage was the most important than almost anything. Oh, we gotta play nice so that the white people will give us some treats. I mean, ouch. There's no such thing as settler goodwill. Crunches you. Okay, further, Randolph's immediate career as a would-be labor leader was threatened by Garveyism's hold on the African masses. Randolph and his associates were fanatically determined to destroy Garvey and the Unia at any cost. They pursued this end using any and every means. In their magazine, The Messenger, Garvey was sneeringly referred to as monumental monkey and supreme Negro Jamaican jackass. Randolph's near-racist rhetoric reflected his assertion that Garvey was an alien West Indian and not a true American Negro. Yeah, this is like that American descendants of slavery shit or whatever that one guy on YouTube talked about. National speaking tours with the NAACP for a Garvey Must Go campaign failed. In a telling move, Randolph, the supposed socialist, and his integrationist allies turned to the U.S. empire for help. They openly encouraged the repression of the Unia. In early January 1923, this grouping became alarmed when the chief government witness against Garvey in his coming mail fraud trial was killed. This traitor, Reverend J.W. Easton of New Orleans, had formerly been a leader in the Unia, but had been ousted for embezzlement. The dying Easton had allegedly identified his assailants as two workers, a longshoreman and a painter, who were Unia security cadre. The anti-Garvey grouping was seized with fear that they themselves would be corrected for their treasonous collaboration with the state. On January 15, 1923, constituting themselves as a Committee of Eight, they wrote to U.S. Attorney General Dougherty, begging him to strike down the African nationalists without any delay. Wow, these guys are so cringe. I mean, this historic letter is informative. Dear Sir, 1. As the chief law enforcement officer of the nation, we wish to call your attention to a heretofore unconsidered menace to a harmonious race relations. There are in our midst certain Negro criminals and potential murderers, both foreign and American-born, who are moved and actuated by intense hatred of the white race. These undesirables continually proclaim that all white people are enemies to the Negro. They have become so fanatical that they have threatened and attempted the death of their opponents. You know, rich black people looking down on the poor black. Okay. 2. The movement known as the Universal Negro Improvement Association has done much to stimulate the violent temper of this dangerous movement. Its president and moving spirit is one Marcus Garvey, an unscrupulous demagogue who has ceaselessly and assiduously sought to spread among Negroes distrust and hatred of all white people. Oh, we're jumping to... That must be, wait. Yeah, it must be like 3. 3. The Unia is chiefly composed of the most primitive and ignorant element of West Indian and American Negroes. Womp. For the above reasons... Oh. Wait, hold on. Oh, did they... Maybe those dots are skipping from 2 to 5, okay. Number 5. 25. For the above reasons, we advocate that the Attorney General use his full influence completely to disband and extirpate this vicious movement, and that he vigorously and speedily push the government's case against Marcus Garvey for using the mails to defraud. Its future meetings should be carefully watched by officers of the law, and infractions promptly and severely punished. The 8 who signed this slavish appeal, Randolph dishonestly professed to know nothing about it, were Chandler Owen, co-editor of The Messenger, Randolph's closest political associate. William Pickens, field secretary of the NAACP. Wow, big womp womp. Yeah. Robert Bagnall, NAACP director of branches. Robert Abbott, publisher of the Chicago Defender. Julia Coleman, Hair Vim Cosmetics Company. John Nail, real estate broker. Damn, imagine if I had real estate or a cosmetics company. Or could publish, whatever. George W. Harris, New York City councilman, editor of the newspaper New York News. Harry Pace, Pace Phonography Company. It is useful to examine this move. In practice, it turned out that Randolph's grouping of moderate socialists, supposedly dedicated to overthrowing capitalism, were blocked with the liberal pro-capitalist petite bourgeois elements of the NAACP, and with the marginal African business interests who fed off the degradation of colonial oppression, and that in practice, all these elements looked upon the U.S. empire as their ultimate protector against their own people. While it was obviously true that Randolph was an agent of U.S. imperialism, it wasn't true that he was a simple tool just following orders, such as a police informer might be. To understand neocolonialism, we have to see that Randolph represented a certain class viewpoint, the viewpoint of a Munoz Marin in Puerto Rico, or the young Mike Massaoka in the Japanese-American national minority. This is a viewpoint of the section of the petite bourgeois that sees advancement and progress not from leaving the struggle, but from co-opting it and using it as a bargaining tool. This is a viewpoint of the section of the petite bourgeois that sees advancement and progress not from leaving the struggle, but from co-opting it and using it as a bargaining tool and winning concessions from the empire in return for loyal submission. It is only a seeming paradox that these activist petite bourgeois elements encouraged and needed both democratic struggles and violent repression. They are the leaders that U.S. imperialism promotes to ensure that even third world protest and organization is ultimately loyal to it. A. Philip Randolph's career makes us recall Cabral's warning that imperialism is quite prepared to change both its men and its tactics in order to perpetuate itself. It will kill its own puppets when they no longer serve its purposes. If need be, it'll even create a kind of socialism, which people may soon start calling neo-socialism. Randolph became a leading advocate of all African unionism and political organizations. He publicly argued against integrated civil rights organizations, such as the NAACP, on the grounds that only Africans should decide how the struggle is conducted. But his goal was only to weld Africans together as a bloc so that he and his fellow pro-imperialist leaders could demand a price from the U.S. empire in return for African submission. Randolph's integrationistic socialism was used to fill a void, to ideologically to ideologically portray a far-off, glittering social vision to African workers that didn't relate to national liberation or breaking away from the U.S. empire. Randolph had been indoctrinated in Euro-American social democracy and settler unionism. That is, he shared the Euro-American reformist view on how social betterment for Africans should take place. Randolph argued that Africans could be protected by unionism and civil rights if they carefully convinced settlers of their nonviolent submissiveness and their desire to be ruled by Euro-Americans. While the messenger abused both communism and nationalism in print in the most vulgar and crude ways towards AFL President Samuel Gompers, who was a segregationist, an open advocate of white supremacy, and a public spokesman of the doctrine of the racial inferiority of Africans. Randolph was never less than humble in praising. In 1924, when Gompers died, the messenger excused him as a diplomatically silent friend. Wow. Randolph feared and hated the Garvey movement, not because of its faults, but because of its virtues. All this is made abundantly clear by Randolph's relationship to Gompers' successor, AFL President Bibibop Skibidibib. Hold on. AFL President William Green. Morehouse College professor Brailsford Braziel admitted in his laudatory 1946 book on the Porters' Union, Randolph, although a socialist, had by this time convinced Green that Pullman porters were anxious to demonstrate that the Negro would help to further the program of American workers through conventional channels. Randolph had condemned the communists and their tactics in the Messenger, and this must have reaffirmed Green's convictions that here were the man and the organization that could serve as an instrument for rallying Negro workers under the hegemony of the Federation. Okay, let's look at these two images real quick. Strike notice to all Pullman porters and maids. On account of the refusal of the Pullman companies to settle the dispute on recognition of wages and rules governing working conditions with the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters, the strike has been declared and shall be enforced on all Pullman cars effective freshman. Okay. BSCP strike notice. Detroit, June 7th, 1928. Original Chicago Historical Society. BSCP cartoon. Messenger. Was the messenger? Let's see. The messenger was the cringe ass getting on the knees for white guys newspaper. I don't feel like reading out the words in this. Whatever. Okay. Bayard Rustin, Randolph's leading disciple, has said of him, he realized that separatism, whether espoused by Marcus Garvey or latter-day nationalists, is grounded in fantasy and myth. Despite its emotional appeal to an oppressed people, black people realized could never advance without the good feelings and assistance of many whites. Oh yeah, the good feelings that came from their bats and guns, yeah. And their bricks. Yeah, good feelings. And now we can see the answer to the question that Dr. King raised. There was only one A. Philip Randolph because U.S. imperialism only wanted one. Randolph was pushed forward and made a big leader by his Euro-American mentors. When we look at his magazine, The Messenger, during the years when it was fighting Garveyism, we see in issue after issue large solidarity advertisement paid for by the Euro-American radicals who ran the International Ladies Garment Workers Union and the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union. Yeah, good feelings. Schmirmer. Social Democratic settler labor was indirectly subsidizing Randolph to attack nationalism from within the African nation, to be their agent and do what they from the outside could not. His whole career was similarly aided and arranged. Something fed behavior. Imperialism needed its own militant-sounding African leaders. A. Philip Randolph's actual record as president of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters is instructive. He and Chandler Owen were approached by a committee of porters who were looking for an African intellectual who could help them to organize a union. The porters' previous attempts had been clumsy. Several efforts had been smashed by the company in a series of firings. Randolph took up the opportunity, and in 1925 the Union was formed. The Messenger became the official journal of the Brotherhood. In terms of leading labor struggles, Randolph was a peculiar success. After years of difficult building, the new 7,000-member union had called for a coast-to-coast Pullman strike in 1928. A mood of tense anticipation was prevalent among the porters. Knowing that the settler train crews wouldn't honor their strike and would try to roll the trains anyway, large groups of African workers began arming themselves and preparing to take over the rail yards in Oakland and on the East Coast. Randolph was upset, for he had never really intended to lead a strike. He had not prepared for one, and had told union associates that it was all a bluff. He felt certain that the Federal Mediation Board would step in and arrange a negotiated settlement, just as they did for the Euro-American Railroad Brotherhoods. As a precaution, Randolph had even had a White House meeting with President Coolidge and told him of his secret hopes for a government-sponsored settlement. But as the strike deadline neared, the federal government refused to intervene. The imperialists were unwilling to publicly admit that an African union could force a national emergency. As a desperate hope, Randolph then went begging to AFL President William Greene. In a last-minute meeting, he implored Greene for AFL support of the porters' strike, getting the settler railroads' brotherhoods to close down the trains. Greene told him that the public isn't ready to accept a strike by Negroes. He told Randolph to give up and call off the strike. Randolph sadly obeyed. On the eve of the first coast-to-coast strike of African railroad workers, the word went out to go back to work, to offer no resistance to the companies. Disillusioned and confused, the African porters left the union by the thousands. 2/3 of the union's 7,000 members quit in the next few months. Randolph's only plan was for them to wait and wait until Euro-Americans decided to finally approve of them. Respectability politics is your ass until you explode. Many porters were fired by the triumphant company, knowing that Randolph had left them defenseless. Dues slowed to a trickle, and even the messenger stopped appearing. Philip Randolph had won acceptance from the AFL leadership, but the workers who had followed him paid the bill, and he had succeeded in diffusing a potentially explosive struggle of African workers. Randolph's vindication came with the New Deal, with the entry into state power of liberal Democratic Party politicians who understood him and why he was so useful. In 1937, the National Labor Relations Board the National Labor Relations Board ordered the Pullman Company to recognize the Brotherhood and give in to its main demands. During the same period, we should note African nationalists in the North, who were trying to form unions independent from Euro-American unionism, were subjected to both legal and police disruption. Under the imperialist-ordered settlement, porters' wages went up by 30%, while working hours were cut. Randolph was promoted as the very successful leader of an all-African union, who had gotten his members sizable rewards in wages and working conditions. His greatest hour of fame lay still ahead, the 1941 March on Washington movement, when for 1 month, Randolph was the most important African in the U.S. This was the event that ensured him a place as a national leader of Africans for the U.S. empire. Instead of Booker T. Washington, an avowed socialist labor leader was now meeting and advising at the White House. So a new militant nationalism and a new protest-oriented integrationism engaged in ideological struggle for leadership of the African masses. It was not, however, a symmetrical struggle or an equal one. Struggle rarely is. The insurgent nationalism had the far greater share of popular support, particularly from the laboring masses. It was also true that African revolutionaries of that time had not yet developed successful strategies for liberation. The civil rights integrationists, however slim their own forces, had the powerful resources of the oppressor nation backing their play. The full range of forces, from the U.S. Department of Justice and the police to the foundations, the Social Democrats, and the settler trade unions, all worked in their various ways to promote the hegemony of a modernized neocolonial leadership allied to the U.S. empire. Strike postponed to all Pullman porters and maids. Strike set for Friday, June 8th. 12 o'clock noon has been postponed. This action taken upon advice of Greene, president of the American Federation of Labor, who promises immediate cooperation. Womp womp. BSCP strike cancellation flyer. Detroit, June 8th, 1928. Five, World War II and Americanization, TM. World War II marks a definite point at which national movements of the oppressed within the U.S. empire were thrown back, and the growing hegemony of neo-colonial politics firmly established. At home, this neo-colonialism took the well-prepared form of Americanization, of offering and forcing the colonially oppressed to assume supposed citizenship in the U.S. empire in place of national liberation. Of course, while the Americanization of the European immigrants during the World War I period meant that they voluntarily became settlers and Euro-Americans, the Americanization of the colonially oppressed meant involuntary confinement as supposed minorities camped on the edges of settler society. This was the ultimate in civil rights. The global war and the U.S. empire's expansion moved in a new stage in colonial relations. On the one hand, the liberal Roosevelt administration had gone out of its way to try to convince third world peoples that the New Deal was their friend and protector. This was done in a manner by now very familiar to us. New Deal Secretary of the Interior, Harold Ickes. Yeah, he make me ick. No, Harold Ickes was an aggressive patron of civil rights. Ickes was, in fact, the former president of the Chicago NAACP chapter. He and Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt, the president's wife, arranged for African intellectuals and professionals to get federal appointments. The practices of the Lynch Belt South were sympathetically deplored. In the urban North, welfare programs were opened up for Africans, and by 1934, some 52%, a majority of the African refugee population in the North, were on relief. This act was smoothly performed. Pollster Samuel Lubell described how it looked to many petit bourgeois Africans who supported the New Deal. I gotta take a sip. To the younger Negroes, the WPA and relief meant not only material aid, but a guarantee that no longer must they work at any salary given them, that they are entitled, they emphasize the word, to a living wage. Through the WPA, Harlem's Negroes have had open to them white-collar opportunities which before had been shut, such as the music and art and writers' projects. Negroes, too, remember that Mrs. Roosevelt visited Harlem personally, that President Roosevelt has appointed more Negroes to administrative positions than any president before him. Each time Roosevelt makes such an appointment, the Amsterdam News, Harlem's leading newspaper, headlines it in 72-point type. Every young Negro gives a vicarious thrill thinking, there may be a chance up there for me. Oh, it's the thing. It's the girl boss politics. That girl's bossing, you could be a girl boss. I mean, crunches you. The token, whatever. Okay. While the liberal Roosevelt administration kept up a steady propaganda campaign throughout the 1930s and early 1940s, claiming to be the best friend Negroes ever had, the period was a time of savage attacks to destabilize the African nation. There was conspicuous deindustrialization of African employment, as they were pushed out of the main imperialist economy. For a while, it appeared on the surface as though Africans were simply victims of the Depression, suffering a heightened version of the commonly shared joblessness. But by 1940, the voices of Du Bois and others who pointed out a genocidal pattern were proved right. In 1940 and 1941, the Depression finally broke. The war in Europe in 1939 had brought new orders for steel, munitions, ships, trucks, and other industrial products. Factories were adding shifts for the first time in years, and Euro-American unemployment was going down rapidly throughout the last half of 1940 and 1941. Oh, right. Two vigorous ladies acted as FDR's deputies in Negro affairs. Mary McLeod Bethune, a forthright educator who served in the Black Cabinet, and Eleanor Roosevelt. Yeah. Black and white photo is not making it very easy to... Alright, let's move on. Africans were barred from the new production, however. Their industrial employment was going down as more and more new jobs opened up. corporation after corporation issued public statements that their new plants would be 100% Euro-American. Led by Colt Firearms, Consolidated Aircraft, Chrysler Corporation, North American Aviation, and similar industrial giants, corporate America openly was saying that patriotism required keeping Africans out. Imperialism itself well recognized the boundary between oppressor and oppressed nations. After the war began, the Anaconda Company's Wire and Steel Division in New York ordered a bar on hiring laborers from enemy countries. No Italians, Germans, or Negroes. Colonial Africans were untrustworthy from the viewpoint of imperialism. The U.S. government itself reflected this genocidal program once we go past the White House's propaganda campaign. Between October 1940 and April 1941, the African percentage of those placed in factory jobs by the U.S. Employment Service dropped by over half, from a near 5.4% down to only 2.5%. The U.S. Navy instituted a new policy in its shipyards, wherein all Negro workers would have to wear an arm badge with a big letter N. The Navy rejected an NAACP protest that the N badges were just like the labels used by the Nazis to designate Jews. In May 1941, Chairman Arthur Altmeyer of the Social Security Board issued an official statement that the board would continue to support white supremacy. The liberal, pro-imperialist African leadership were being pushed to the wall. They had urged Africans to remain loyal to the settler empire and had increasingly little to show for it. While they had taken swift advantage of both repression and the internal contradictions of the nationalist movement to gain a political predominance over African communities, their top position, Uwu, was unsteady. Many signs indicated that the nationalist... my nose. It brings the itches. Okay. Many signs indicated that the nationalist political current was strong on the streets, at the grassroots of the nation. In 1933, the Jobs for Negroes movement spread from Chicago to Harlem. Surprising as it may sound today, many of the community's jobs were held by Euro-Americans. Let's see the asterisk, what it says. This was before desegregation, while Africans still did their shopping, dining out, etc. in their own community. Okay. In the retail stores, which were mostly Euro-American owned, all the sales clerks, cashiers, managers, and secretaries were Euro-Americans. Even 75% of the bartenders in Harlem were settlers. Although all the customers were African and the stores were in the African community, even the most pathetic white-collar job was reserved for a Euro-American only. Particularly under the grim conditions of the Depression, many in the community had angrily pointed out this contradiction. Evil nose. I think it might be because I accidentally have shaved some of the hairs in my nose short, and then that makes them more like prickly. Or, I don't know. Using the electric shaver and just kind of zooming around. A nationalist campaign sprung up around this issue in Harlem, led by a street corner agitator named Sufi Abdul Hamid. S.N. Eugene Brown. The Sufi was a self-taught Pan-Africanist and a teacher of Eastern mystic philosophy. In retrospect, it may appear unusual that such a lone political figure could play such an important role, but this only underscores the tremendous leadership vacuum that existed. Together with a corps of unemployed college students the Sufi had recruited, he organized the picketing and illegal boycotts of Harlem stores. The campaign continued for 5 years, with merchant after merchant having to compromise and hire Africans. During these years, the Jobs for Negroes movement was illegal, subjected to court injunctions and arrests, as well as the opposition of both the liberal civil rights leadership, NAACP, Urban League, Reverend Adam Clayton Powell Jr., etc. Yeah, sounds like the NAACP doesn't really... Okay. As well, liberal civil rights leadership and the CIO and CPUSA. For years, only the small grassroots nationalist groups fought for more jobs in a jobless community. While both the CPUSA and the Harlem churches started jobs committees, these carefully obeyed the law and did nothing except try to divert support from the nationalist struggle. In March 1935, the smoldering anger over the genocidal pressures squeezing African life burst out in a spontaneous uprising. The early Harlem riot saw tens of thousands of Africans taking over the streets for 3 days, attacking police and liberating the contents of stores. Liberating the contents. I like how that's phrased. Kind of messed up and evil. The liberal pro-imperialist leadership were helpless and ignored by the people. Indeed, afterwards, the Euro-American capitalists and politicians bitterly castigated their African allies for having failed to control the masses. Everyone agreed that the popular response to the nationalists' Jobs for Negroes campaign was an important factor in the uprising. The New York Times, in their obituary on Sufi Abdul Hamid in 1938, gave hostile acknowledgement. Let's see the asterisk. It's interesting that virtually all histories that mention the Jobs movement credit its leadership solely to Reverend Adam Clayton Powell Jr., who for its first 5 years was a vocal opponent of its illegal boycotts. The nationalist role is never mentioned. This is even true of most historical accounts written by Africans. The contemporary account by Claude McKay is a notable exception. As late as 1941, the nationalists were still the cutting edge of the struggle. Okay. New York Times. The death of the Sufi ended a career that had affected Harlem more deeply than that of any other cult leader. Sufi put his followers on the picket line with placards saying, "Buy where you can work," in front of stores whose proprietors he accused of refusing to hire Negro help. He reached the height of his power in the winter of 1934 to 35, and his picket lines were a sore trial to Harlem merchants. The tension that resulted from this, combined with other causes of friction, resulted in the fatal Harlem race riots of 1936. They're blaming it on him instead of white people. Okay. Oh, I'm so hungry. See, we're on page 122. How long until the end of this one? A little bit. Okay. I want to make some noodles. Maybe I'll just try and get to the end of subsection. Oh, you want a donut?
I applied for 10 jobs.
You're so job-filled, David.
I lied.
Yeah?
Yes. I have 4 years of IT experience.
Yeah, baby, you're winning. You're such an experienced little puppy.
Thanks, baby. I'll apply for real jobs in a few days
Okay.
when I don't hear back from these ones.
Oh, baby, don't worry. You have 4 years of IT experience in a company that doesn't exist anymore because I blew it up with a missile.
What am I going to do if they call me back? It says
Don't-
references on request. What do I do? Give me a reference.
Hmm? Oh, we're gonna have to...
You'll have to be my... No, you can't. I have to go with phone calls, maybe. Probably fine. No one checks references. All right.
Okay.
I guess you want anything from the store? I have a couple dollars. I guess you can...
No, I'm good. You don't need to give me anything.
Sure.
I'm sure.
Alright. I'm gonna get donuts.
Okay.
You need money. Do you have any money? Do you have any heroin?
I have like $9 left from that time you gave me some
Oh, okay.
dollars for the thrift store.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't send it to me yet.
Impossible. You
I
can't.
still have more.
You can't
I
stop
have more. I have enough money for donuts and drinks. It's fine. I have like $500. But next week we'll have no money. Money and
Everyone give lots of money to Muddy.
money to money.
My money harvesting drive will be called Money to Muddy.
Money to money.
Muddy, muddy, buddy, muddy. Really messed up.
I might put your album on my Ko-fi store so we can try and flog a few coffees for you. Wouldn't it be messed up?
Okay.
Okay. Alright. I'm going to get donuts. How's your reading going? How far are you in?
I'm on page 122 out of 181.
Oh, you're nearly there.
And I was on page 90 something.
Oh,
So I'm going.
I see. Good luck reading. Hello, everyone.
Okay. Excuse me. It's New York Times. Imperialism's response was to help their hand-picked African civil rights leaders take over the issue, with a big propaganda campaign picturing the liberal integrationists as the militant leaders who had supposedly won new jobs for jobless Africans. In 1938, Geode says hello. In 1938, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled the jobs boycott finally legal. At this, a big-name integrationist coalition took over the Jobs for Negroes struggle in Harlem. The YMCA, the Urban League, the major Protestant denominations, the CIO, the CPUSA, all joined to support the new leadership of the Reverend Adam Clayton Powell Jr. over the campaign. Newspaper headlines and joyous victory celebrations greeted the wave of unprecedented agreements between Powell's coalition and business. It appeared as though pro-imperialist integrationism was the key to bringing economic improvement to Harlem. What was absolutely true was that while concessions were gained, Africans were being fronted off. An example was the historic 1938 pact between Powell's coalition and the Uptown Chamber of Commerce, which was hailed in newspaper headlines. Harlem Compact gives Negroes a third of jobs in stores there, but in the fine print, there were no specific number of jobs promised. In return for agreeing to end all protests and boycotts, the coalition got a promise that Africans would eventually be hired for only 1/3 of the clerical jobs, only in the Harlem stores, and even there, only as replacements whenever Euro-American employees quit. Shmee.
Gives you bullshit, doesn't it?
In a joint statement, Reverend Powell and Colonel Phillip of the Chamber of Commerce said, "The settlement reached today is historic. It is the first agreement of its kind and will help quiet unrest in Harlem because it is proof that white business leaders have a sympathetic interest in the economic problems of the colored race." Even more to the point, the New York Times said that the pact was reached because of a year of racial uprisings. So whatever jobs were gained were really won by the African masses in violent uprising, and by the grassroots nationalism, which alone spoke to their needs and interests. The tamed and carefully controlled Jobs campaign was used to picture Reverend Adam Clayton Powell Jr. and other pro-imperialist leaders as militants, as leaders who really fought the white power structure and won all kinds of things for Africans. In 1941, Powell won a seat on the New York City Council. His campaign was supported by Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia, the Republican Party, and the Radical American Labor Party. Powell was a prominent member of this radical settler party. In 1944, he became a U.S. congressman, where he achieved national fame for leading a fight to desegregate congressional facilities. In the press, he was named Mr. Civil Rights. There were small concessions and cosmetic victories, but there was still no change in the basic situation. Africans were still being driven off the land, out of the industrial economy. Their nation was being destabilized. In 1938, the Great Spontaneous Movement over the Italo-Ethiopian War swept the dispersed African nation. Nationalist politics again revived in the African mainstream. Walter White, head of the NAACP, wrote of 1941, "Discontent and bitterness were growing like wildfire among Negroes all over the country." March on Washington movement. Okay, this is like subheading of a subheading, but I'm gonna take this moment to make some rules and fuck around for a bit. I'll be back soonish. Yeah.
Shmee shmee. Shmee shmee. Earth. Ooh, okay, I ate some noodle. I ate some noodle and then I ate an ice cream. Well, I would have been fine just ice cream. I mean, noodle, not ice cream. Well, okay. Something jobs for, yeah, jobs movement. Black bourgeoisie swooping in. Okay. The March on Washington movement. In this situation, their backs against the wall, the integrationist leadership was forced to put pressure on their imperialist masters. The A. Philip Randolphs and the Roy Wilkins desperately need some real concessions that they could take back to their community. They also saw that it was in a long-range sense in imperialism's own interest to make concessions, to ease up, to give African neo-colonial leadership a stronger hand against revolutionary sentiments. It was out of this crisis that the March on Washington movement was born. In early 1941, A. Philip Randolph, together with Walter White of the NAACP, called for a massive African demonstration in Washington, D.C. The goal was to force the New Deal to integrate the military and to open up jobs in defense industry and federal agencies. Randolph said, "Black people will not get justice until the administration leaders in Washington see masses of Negroes, 10, 20, 50,000s, on the White House lawn." Excuse me. This was to be the first African mass march in the empire's capital. It was a confrontation between imperialism and its own African allies. The March on Washington movement issued a call to Negro America to march on Washington for jobs and equal participation in a national defense on July 1st, 1941. Dear fellow Negro Americans, be not dismayed in these terrible times. You possess power, great power. Our problem is to hitch it up for action on the broadest, daring, and most gigantic scale. Shake up white America. President Roosevelt ignored the MOW demands. By June of 1941, there were strong signs that masses of Africans were preparing to come. Churches were chartering fleets of buses. Worried, the president's wife and Mayor LaGuardia met with Randolph in New York City, urging him to cancel the march. Mrs. Roosevelt told Randolph that there might be repression if the march took place. Besides, she said, such a march is impractical. You say you'll be able to get 25,000 or more Negroes to come to Washington. Where will they stay? Where will they eat? Washington of 1941 was a southern city, rigidly Jim Crow, with virtually no public facilities for colored. Mrs. Roosevelt had laid down one threat. Randolph politely answered with another. Why, they'll stay in the hotels and eat in the restaurants. Randolph was threatening a massive breaking of the color bar, crowds of Africans pushing into white areas all over the capital, and the resultant race riots as thousands of Africans and settler police clashed. The stakes were high, and the integrationist leaders were preparing to have an open confrontation. That alone should tell us how critical their situation was. The very next day, the White House invited the MOW leaders to come for negotiations on canceling the march. Randolph and Walter White met with President Roosevelt, who had brought in William Knudsen, chairman of General Motors, and Sidney Hillman of the CIO. The MOW leaders rejected the offer of the usual study commission. Finally, on June 24th, 1941, the White House offered to meet Randolph's demands on employment. The next day, Roosevelt signed Executive Order Number 8802, which for the first time ordered, "There shall be no discrimination in the employment of workers in defense, industries, or government." For the first time, a Fair Employment Practices Commission was set up to pretend to do something about job discrimination. Randolph called the march off in a network radio address. The threat of touching off the African masses had produced a surprising turnabout in public imperialist policy. The breakthrough is credited to Randolph, who became America's officially endorsed protest leader. He was showered with awards. The Amsterdam News said, "A. Philip Randolph, courageous champion of the rights of his people, takes the helm as the nation's #1 Negro leader. Already he is being ranked with the great Frederick Douglass." As we know from the 1960s, these official promises of themselves mean very little in the way of real change. The gathering pressure from the masses below, the still unorganized militant nationalist sentiment building among the grassroots, had crowded, pushed on U.S. imperialism. A nodal point was being reached. Notice was taken that Africans were not willing to be passively starved.
Further, US imperialism understood the meaning of the startling fact that even their chosen African allies could not shrug off the pressure from the African people on the streets, but had to either lead them into struggle or be left behind. Imperialism's contradiction was that it had to both strike down the African nation and also grant sufficient concessions to the African masses in order to stave off rebellion. We must remember that there was a strong, rising tide of African struggle. The armed sharecropper outbreaks on the national territory, the violent uprising that took over Harlem for 3 days, the mass anger that finally forced even imperialism's loyal African allies to make threats against it, all were convincing signs of even larger rebellions soon to come. Locked into a rule or ruin global war, could the
Oh, hi. They didn't have any donuts of any kind. Sort of.
shmee.
Oh, got some drumsticks as well.
Oh, okay. Oh. Shmee. We must remember there was a strong rising tide of African struggle. The armed sharecropper outbreaks on the national territory, the violent uprising that took over Harlem for 3 days, the mass anger that finally forced even imperialism's loyal African allies to make threats against it. All were convincing signs of even larger rebellions soon to come. Locked into a rule or ruin global war, could the US empire afford to also divert troops and energy to fight major colonial wars at home? This was the heat that finally bent even the iron rule of empire. The need for colonial labor. This contradiction was resolved through the specific form of Americanization imperialism enforced on Africans. The genocidal campaign to change the population balance and repressively disrupt the African South would continue without let-up, but the pill would be sugar-coated. In northern exile, Africans could suddenly get not only democracy, but integration into middle-wage jobs in industrial production. The New Deal's willingness to integrate imperialist industry was a 180-degree turnabout from previously existing policy, and was also a tardy recognition that the unprecedented demands of waging a global war required the recruitment of colonial labor on a vast scale. These jobs were no gift from white America, but a necessity forced upon it both by threat of revolt and by the urgent needs of world conquest. The transformation was dramatic. Robert C. Weaver, one of Roosevelt's Black Cabinet, wrote that the various rules that kept Africans out of industry were changed because, after Pearl Harbor, they were too costly for a nation at war to afford. He noted further, this occupational pattern was slowly changing by 1942, while the majority of new colored workers were entering unskilled in janitorial jobs. Other Negroes were slowly finding jobs as welders, as riveters, and on other production operations. Negroes replaced white workers who formerly were employed as cooks, waiters, garage attendants, and who now entered defense work. Between 1942 and 1944, the percentage of industrial labor that was African tripled from 2.5% to 8%. By 1944, the numbers of African skilled craftsmen had suddenly doubled, as had the numbers of Africans in federal civil service jobs. By 1945, the numbers of Africans in the AFL and CIO unions had gone up some 600% to 1.25 million. As African families left sharecropping and day labor in the rural South and were forced up north, their incomes rose. Even the lowliest factory job in Detroit or Chicago paid better than the rural plantation. The real average incomes of African workers rose by 73% during 1939 to 1947, the largest gain in African income since the end of slavery. This was the material basis in mass life for neo-colonial Americanization. This sudden windfall of white man's wages was for some a convincing argument that loyalty to the U.S. empire made sense. It allowed A. Philip Randolph and Reverend Adam Clayton Powell Jr. to prove that their leadership paid off in cash, and that imperialist world war was good for Africans. And, of course, this process once again reinforced the neo-colonial ideology in which third world people are told that they must look to the federal government in Washington as their ultimate friend and protector. Roosevelt just replaced Lincoln on the altar. The process sugar-coated the forced exodus from the African South, and even allowed pro-imperialist propaganda to assert that the depopulation of the African nation was a benefit to Africans. It's this thing here.
the Atlanta Constitution Yeehaw newspaper. Roosevelt demands more certain justice to halt collective murder by lynch law. It's just a bunch of random little articles. This integration into the main industrial economy, however dramatic its effects, only directly reached a minority of the nationally oppressed. For the first time, however, some significant number of colonial workers could struggle for the American lifestyle, with houses, automobiles, appliances, consumer items, college education for the children, and so on. Again, this was a semi-European standard of living, a miniaturized version of that of Euro-Americans, but materially well above that of other colonial peoples in Latin America, Asia, and Africa. Imperialism cared little that most of the nationally oppressed here did not have those middle-wage jobs or the new petite bourgeois positions opened up by token integration. What was important to imperialism was that these inviting possibilities for some created ideological confusion, pro-imperialist tendencies, and social disunity. They also were a magnet to draw people to the northern industrial centers and out of the national territory. The dislocation of imperialist war. Let's skip this right, even though I like it. Okay, the dislocation of imperialist war. America's colonies were forced to bear a heavy and often disproportionate share of the human cost of World War II. This was no accident. The Roosevelt administration promoted this Americanization of the nationally oppressed, pushing and pulling as many Puerto Ricans, Indians, Asians, Chicano-Mexicanos, and Africans as possible to become involved in the U.S. war effort, not only because we were needed as cannon fodder and war industry labor, but because mass participation in the war disrupted our communities and encouraged pro-imperialist loyalties. Close to a million Africans alone served in the U.S. military during the 1940s. When you think about what it would have meant to subtract 1 million soldiers, sailors, and airmen from the empire's global efforts, we can see how important colonial troops were. In many third world communities, the war burdens were very disproportionate. The Chinese community in New York, being so heavily unmarried men due to immigration laws, saw 40% of its total population drafted into the military. In colonial Puerto Rico, the imperialist draft drained the island. Many did not return. One Puerto Rican writer recalls of his small town. I saw many bodies of young Puerto Ricans in coffins covered with the American flag. They were brought in by military vehicles and placed in living rooms where they were mourned and viewed. The mournings never ceased in Salsipuedes. Almost every day I was awakened by the moans and wails of widows, parents, grandparents, and orphans whose loved one had died defending their country. The same was true in the Chicano-Mexicano Southwest. Acuna notes that the percentage of Chicanos who served in the armed forces was disproportionate to the percentage of Chicanos in the general population. He further notes, Chicanos, however, can readily remember how families proudly displayed banners with blue stars, each blue star representing a family member in the armed forces. Many families had as many as 8 stars, with fathers, sons, and uncles all serving the U.S. war effort. Everyone recalls the absence of men between the ages of 17 through 30 in the barrios. As the war progressed, gold stars replaced the blue, gold representing men killed in action, giving the barrios the appearance of a sea of death. Third world people were told, in effect, that if they helped the U.S. empire win its greatest war, then at long last they too would get a share of the democracy as a reward. In every oppressed nation and national minority, many elements mobilized to push this deal. We should note that those political forces most opposed to this ideological Americanization were driven under or rendered ineffective by severe repression. Civil rights leaders fell all over themselves in urging their people to go kill and die for the U.S. empire. The rhetorical contortions were amazing. A. Philip Randolph, the supposed socialist, said that Africans should enlist in the admittedly unjust war in order to reform it. We can fix it from the inside, grills you. He admitted that this is not a war for freedom. It is war between the imperialism of fascism and Nazism and the imperialism of monopoly capitalistic democracy. Thing? No. But he told African workers, by getting an integrated war effort, the people can make it a people's revolution.
An avowed pacifist and advocate of total African nonviolence in the US, Randolph nevertheless said that it was right for Africans to fight in Asia and Europe. I'm going to be right back for like 30 seconds. Long distance burp attack. Okay. Following the same two-front war thesis, Reverend Adam Clayton Powell Jr. enthusiastically agreed that the Japanese attack on our base at Pearl Harbor forced Africans to fight, so long as the government was going to give them integration. On December 7th, 1941, America, for the first time in its history, entered upon two wars simultaneously. One was a world war, and the other a civil war. One was to be a bloody fight for the preservation and extension of democracy on a world basis, the other a bloodless revolution within these shores against a bastard democracy. The sneak attack of the Japanese upon our mid-Pacific base was no more vicious than the open attacks that had been waged consistently for 400 years against the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. Taking part in the imperialist war was praised as patriotic, not only to the U.S., but to the race. By Asians or Chicano Mexicanos or Africans serving in the U.S. military, we were supposedly helping our peoples earn full citizenship rights by proving our loyalty to America. So the war period saw strange contradictions. Perhaps the sharpest irony of the win your freedom game was that of Japanese Americans. We were drafted right out of the U.S. concentration camps and told that our willingness to fight for U.S. imperialism would show whether or not our people were disloyal. The all-Japanese military unit, the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, was used by the U.S. Army as disposable shock troops to be thrown into every bloody situation in Europe. The 442nd had over 9,000 Purple Hearts awarded for a 3,000 soldier unit. Wow. Let's see. It's awarded in the name of the president to those wounded or killed while serving. Each guy wounded 3 times. 3 times plus. Ordered to break through and rescue the Lost Battalion of Texas National Guard settlers, cut off and surrounded by the German army in France, the 442nd took more casualties than the number of settler GIs saved. One Nisei sergeant remembers how K Company of the 442nd went in with 187 men, and when we got to the Texans, there were 17 of us left. I was in command because all the officers were gone. But I Company was down to 8 men. Wow. The political effects of the war were not simple. It definitely marked the end of one period and the start of another. The Depression had been replaced by the fruits of military victory, high employment fueled by new world markets and U.S. international supremacy. The massive dislocation of the war, coming after the harsh repression of the 1930s and the war period itself, and the jet-propelled rise of neo-colonial citizenship, had definitely sidetracked many people. Acuna writes of the Chicano Mexicano movement. Much of the momentum of the movement of the 1930s was lost. Many Chicano leaders entered the armed forces. Many were killed. Others, when they returned, were frankly tired of crusades. Understandably, during the war and when they returned, many Chicano veterans were proud of their records. They believed that they were entitled to all the benefits and rights of U.S. citizenship. A sort of euphoria settled among many Chicanos, with only a few realizing that the community had to reorganize. Many Chicanos believed the propaganda emanating from World War II about brotherhood and democracy in the United States. They thought that they had won their rights as U.S. citizens. For a time, the GI Bill of Rights lulled many Chicanos into complacency, with many taking advantage of education and housing benefits. Sippy sip. Many Chicanos, because of their involvement in the armed forces, realized that they would never return to Mexico. Many also became super patriots, who did not want to be identified with the collective community. In the urban barrio, many parents, remembering their own tribulations, taught their children only English. Middle-class organizations, and for that matter, civic organizations, became increasingly integrationist in the face of the red baiting of the 1950s. The neo-colonial pacification that came out of the World War II years was not a calm, but the stillness that came after devastation. We must remember how, once again, in the Deep South, returning African GIs were singled out for assassination by the KKK. In the Chicano-Mexicano Southwest, the Empire conducted a genocidal mass deportation drive of unequaled severity. Even the savage immigration raids and deportations of the New Deal were outdone by the new imperialist offensive after World War II. Believing that the wartime labor shortage had permitted too many Chicano-Mexicanos to live inside the occupied territories, the Empire started a gigantic military campaign to partially depopulate and terrorize the Southwest. Under the cover of the 1952 McCarran-Walter Immigration and Nationality Act, a reign of armed terror descended upon the Chicano-Mexicano communities. This was CIA population recruitment strategy in textbook form. Command of the campaign was held by INS Commissioner Lieutenant General Joseph Swing, an open racist and a veteran of General Pershing's U.S. expedition into Mexico in 1916. Swing organized a series of barrio sweeps. What is a barrio? Let me look that up. Not a cafe or boxing and fitness. I want the meaning. In the U.S., the Spanish-speaking quarter of a town or city, especially one with a high poverty level. Swing ordered a series of barrio sweeps, with pedestrians stopped and homes broken into, often without hearing or any bourgeois legal formalities. The selected Mexicanos would be taken at gunpoint to trains and deported. Homes were broken up and communities terrorized. Some with valid residency papers and U.S. citizenship were deported. Others, suspected of being revolutionaries, were arrested for immigration offenses. Virtually all the militant Chicano-Mexicano labor activists were victims of this campaign. The overall numbers are staggering. In 1953, Swing's paramilitary units deported 875,000 Mexicanos. In 1954, the number seized and deported was 1,035,282, more than were deported throughout the 1930s. Even in 1955 and 56, after the main job was done, 256,000 and 90,000 Mexicanos respectively were deported. How massive this was can be seen from the fact that in 1941, an estimated 2.7 million Chicano-Mexicanos lived in the U.S. occupied territories, while the 1953 to 1956 population recruitment drive uprooted and deported 2.2 million Chicano-Mexicanos. This was the fruit of the War for Democracy. The Chinese community, which had been largely spared during World War II, was the target of a new repressive campaign. The U.S. Empire had discovered that the imperialist contradictions of World War had helped communism and national liberation advance. Long sought after China had stood up and brushed off the clutching hands of U.S. imperialism. In 1945, over 50,000 U.S. Marines landed in China to take over Peking. That's what's known as Beijing nowadays. The Kailan coal mines and the North China Railroad lines. By 1946, there were over 120,000 GIs in China, backing up the reactionary Kuomintang armies. The Red Army and the Chinese people swept these forces away. During the war years, the Empire had professed friendship toward the Chinese community, since China itself was an allied nation in the war against Japan. Now, the situation reversed itself. Japan was the new U.S. junior partner in Asia, while communist China was hated and feared by imperialism. The FBI and INS moved against the Chinese community, breaking up patriotic and class organizations. The main patriotic mass organization of the 30s and 40s, the Chinese Hand Laundry Association, was destroyed. The popular China Youth Club, which had fought gambling, drugs, and sexism by introducing a modern community life, was forcibly dissolved as a communist front. China Daily News, which had been the leading patriotic newspaper, lost most of its advertising and readers. In a frame-up, the newspaper's manager was imprisoned under the Federal Trading with the Enemy Act because the newspaper had accepted an advertisement from the Bank of China. The supposedly silent Chinese community had actually been a stronghold of activity for national liberation and socialism, and was silenced. Yeah. Imperialist civil rights. It is also true that this genocidal campaign illustrated how well neocolonial Americanization served imperialism. Once in the early years of the century, oppressed Mexicano and Japanese workers shared the hardships of the field and naturally shared labor organizing drives. In the abortive 1915 Texas uprising to establish a Chicano-Mexicano nation, Japanese were recognized as not only allies, but as citizens of the to-be-liberated nation. But by the 1950s, this had changed. Civil rights had replaced the unity of the oppressed. Oh, thank you for the head pats. And the water. And stretch and stuff. The Japanese American national minority had been politically broken by the repression of World War II. Uprooted and recombined into scattered concentration camps, we had faced an intense physical and psychological terrorism. Excuse me. The resistance and defiance, even while in the hands of the enemy, was considerable. Many of the camp inmates refused to sign U.S. loyalty oaths. Demonstrations took place behind barbed wire. Some 10% were under even harsher incarceration at the Tule Lake Camp for dissidents and registers. But this popular current of resistance had no strategic direction to advance along. What did I... Oh. Okay. The main dissenting political... I'm still stretching, by the way. It's because I don't really need to use my hands that often. The main dissenting political views had been crushed. Some Japanese rejected U.S. citizenship and the oppressor nation that had imprisoned them, but sought their identity by looking backwards toward the Japanese Empire. Clandestine pro-imperial groups and propaganda flourished. Claims of U.S. military advances were denied, and the day of Japanese imperial victory eagerly looked forward to. The unconditional Japanese surrender in 1945, plus the news of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, made a vein of hope out of this perspective. Oof. The other major dissenting view was communism. A number of young Japanese college students and union activists had joined the CPUSA during the 1930s. Japanese American communists had been very active in CIO organizing drives in the fish canneries, in imposing the imperial invasion of Japan, and in rallying people to fight anti-Asian oppression. All this had been smashed on December 7th, 1941, when Pearl Harbor happened. In a panic to assure their fellow Euro-Americans that the CPUSA was loyally American, this revisionist party came out in full support of the government's concentration camp program for Japanese Americans. Another L for CPUSA. Even further, the CPUSA ordered its Japanese American members to rally the community for its own imprisonment, and then publicly expelled all its Japanese American members to show white America that even the communists were against the Japs. Communism was completely discredited for an entire generation inside the Japanese American community. Leadership of the community was left completely in the hands of the pro-imperialist Japanese American Citizens League, which for 40 years has been the main civil rights organization. The JACL, I'm just going to call it Jackal. The Jackal, in the name of those who suffered in the concentration camps, publicly called for and lobbied for the passage of the 1952 McCarran-Walter Immigration and Nationality Act. Oh, right. This was in the best tradition of Americanization, and for that matter, of civil rights. In 1952, A. Philip Randolph was saying that civil rights meant that Africans should go to Korea and help U.S. imperialism kill Asians, provided that the empire gave them equal wages. In the same way, in 1952, the Jackal was saying that so long as Japanese Americans got some benefit from it, white supremacist depopulation of the Chicano-Mexicano communities was fine. This is the sewer philosophy of... This is the sewer philosophy of, I've got mine. Oh, he left out the first part. The fuck you, I got mine. He called it a sewer philosophy. He dunked on them. Having mutilated themselves to fit into Babylon, the Jackal is even quite proud of what they did. U.S. Senator Pat McCarran, Democrat, Nevada, was a white supremacist and a known Mexican hater. He devised his new immigration law to genocidally cut down third world population in general, and Chicano Mexicanos in specific. He warned white America that unless they restricted third world population, we will, in the course of a generation or so, change the ethnic and cultural composition of this nation. In his crusade for settler purity, he joined forces with Congressman Francis Walter, the chairman of the rabid House Un-American Activities Committee. I mean HUAC. Congressman Walter was, of course, a fanatical anti-communist. Led by Mike Massaoka, the Jackal developed a close relationship to Congressman Walter. In any case, Jackal leader Bill Hosokawa called Walter a strong friend of the Jackal. The Jackal eventually gave Walter a special award. Walter and McCarran added clauses in their repressive legislation giving some concessions to Asians, primarily ending the 1924 Oriental Exclusion Act, which made it possible for non-citizen Japanese to become U.S. citizens. With this, the Jackal was glad to help sponsor this vicious legislation and give cover to the reactionary wing of U.S. imperialism. Hosokawa, who has been a senior editor for the Denver Post, writes that the final passage of this repressive law was a supreme triumph of the Jackal. 2 million Mexicano men, women, and children, victims of Migra terror raids, saw very well whose triumph that was. That's why the shallow rhetoric that says all third world people automatically unite against racism is dangerously untrue. Pro-imperialist civil rights is a pawn in the crimes of the empire against the oppressed nations. The example of the Jackal was just the opening wedge of a strategic process in which the empire was promoting Asians as a buffer between settlers and the oppressed nations. We can see this in daily life by the number of Asian professionals and small retailers entering the inner city. This process began, however, with Japanese Americans in the years right after World War II. I'm going to be right back for like 1 minute. Sure. Shmee. Okay. Pause in a beginning. It may have appeared to someone in those years that the U.S. empire had consolidated its fortress America, that it had won a supreme triumph, but the streams of national consciousness ran deep within the colonial masses. If the Adam Clayton Powells and the Roy Wilkinses occupied the public mainstream of of African politics, we can see that nationalism was only forced down out of sight. It still lived in the grassroots and continued to develop. This pause was historically necessary, since anti-colonial struggles and leaders of the 1920s and 1930s had many strengths, but did not yet have programs for liberation that could successfully lead the masses. Now we can see that this was a stage in development in opening up new doors, and so we can also see literally everywhere we choose to look, the seeds beneath the snow. An African GI named Robert Williams went home from Asia to Monroe, North Carolina, having learned something about self-defense and world politics. In Los Angeles in the early 40s, Chicano teenagers formed the Pachuco youth subculture, flaunting zoot suits and openly rejecting Euro-American culture. Chicano-Mexicano historians now see the defiant Pachuco movement as the first large current within the Chicano movement towards separatism. An African ex-convict and draft register was building the Nation of the Lost Found. The revolutionary explosions of the 1960s had their seeds in countless ways in the submerged but not lost gains and developments of the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. See chapter X. How many chapters then be after that? So I did oh, we only got through 2 chapters. My throat hurts. We're on page 129 out of 181. Maybe we'll make chapter X be the last one for today. The 1950s repression and the decline of the Communist Party USA. The end of the Euro-American left. What's this image on the side here? I don't know. Some neighborhood and some machinery, tomfoolery. Post-World War II collapse of the Communist Party USA, the main organization of the Euro-American left, was an important indicator of disappearing working-class consciousness in the oppressor nation. It is not true that the Euro-American left was destroyed by the McCarthyite repression of the 1950s. What was true that the Okay, I guess there's a word. What was true is that the anti-communist repression effortlessly shattered the decaying hollow shell of the 30s' old left. Hollow because the white workers who once gave it at least a limited vitality had left. The class struggle within the oppressor nation had once again effectively ended. Mass settler unity in service of the U.S. empire was heightened. Looking back, we can see the Communist Party USA in that period as a mass party for reformism that penetrated every sector of Euro-American life. At its numerical peak in 1944 to 45, the CPUSA had close to 100,000 members. Approximately 1/4 of the entire CIO union membership was within those industrial unions that it directly led. Thousands of Communist Party trade union activists and officials were present throughout the union movement, from shop stewards up to the CIO Executive Council. The party's influence among the liberal intelligentsia in the 30s was just as large. Nathan Witt, chief executive officer of the Federal National Labor Relations Board during 1937 to 1940, was a CPUSA member. Tens of thousands of administrators, school teachers, scientists, social workers, writers, and officials belonged to the CPUSA. That was a period in which writers as prominent as Ernest Hemingway and artists such as Rockwell, Kent, and Ben Shahn contributed to CPUSA publications. Prominent modern dancers gave benefit performances in Greenwich Village for the Daily Worker. Maxim Lieber, one of the most exclusive Madison Avenue literary agents, with clients like John Cheever, Carson McCullers, John O'Hara, and Langston Hughes, was not only a CPUSA member, but was using his business as a cover to send clandestine communications between New York and Eastern Europe. The CPUSA, then, was a common presence in Euro-American life, from the textile mills to Hollywood. This seeming success story only concealed the growing alienation from the CPUSA by the white workers who had once started it. In the early 1920s, the infant Communist Party was overwhelmingly European immigrant proletarian. In its first year, half of its members spoke no English. For that matter, 2/3 of the total party then were Finnish immigrants who had left the social democracy and the IWW to embrace Bolshevism. Virtually all the rest were Russian, Polish, Jewish, Latvian, and other East European immigrants. The CPUSA was once a white proletarian party, not just in words, but in material fact. The rapid expansion of the party influence and size during the late 30s and the World War II years was an illusion. Euro-Americans, aka the ones that came before all these other guys, Euro-Americans were not fighting for revolution but for settleristic reforms. In those years, the CPUSA was just the radical wing of President Roosevelt's New Deal. As soon as Euro-American industrial workers had won the settler equality and better life they sought, they had no more use for the CPUSA. The facts about the changing class base of the CPUSA are very clear. Between 1939 and 1942, the number of CPUSA members in the steel mills fell from over 2,000 to 852. The number of CPUSA miners fell from 1,300 to 289. Similar losses took place among the party's ranks in construction, garment, auto, and textile. And while more and more workers drifted away from the Euro-American left, the CPUSA was swelling up with a junk food diet of rapid recruitment from the petite bourgeoisie. Middle-class members comprised only 5% of the party in 1932, but an astonishing 41% in 1938, a proportion soon to go even higher. By World War II, 50% of the CPUSA's membership was in New York. And the typical member, a New York City professional or a minor trade union official. Joseph Starobin, CPUSA leader, later admitted, in retrospect, the war had been for thousands of communists a great turning point. Many from the cities came for the first time to grasp America's magnitude, the immense political space between the labor, democratic, progressive milieu in which the left had been sheltered, and the real level of consciousness of the millions who were recruited to fight for flag and country. A good part of the party's cadre never returned to its life in orbit. The war was a caesura, a break. Many migrated to other parts of the country. Many began to build families and change their lives. Communism became a warm memory for some. For others, it was a mistake. So we can be certain that there was no repression involved in ending the radical current within the masses of Euro-American workers. Long before McCarthyism was spawned, during the very years of the 1930s when the CPUSA reached its greatest organizational power, Euro-American workers started voluntarily walking out. By 1945, it was definite. Nor did they leave for other radical parties or more revolutionary activity. This is one of the reasons why the crudely revisionist policies of CPUSA leaders like Earl Browder and William Z. Foster were never effectively opposed. The working class supporters of the party had lost interest in reformism and were leaving to occupy themselves with the fruits of settlerism. McCarthy and repression. The false view that the CPUSA and the rest of the Euro-American left were crushed by McCarthyite repression not only serves to conceal the mass shift away from class consciousness on the part of the settler masses, but also helped U.S. imperialism to conceal the violent colonial struggles of that period. The post-war years were the golden age of the U.S. empire when it tried to enforce its Pax Americana on a devastated world. I did believe this stuff to be true because I'm a cringe white boy or whatever. No, I'm not a white boy. I'm Asian. Okay. We were really discussing three related but different phenomena. 1. Cold War political repression aimed at limiting pro-Russian sympathies among liberal and radical New Deal Euro-Americans. 2. The McCarthyite purges of the U.S. government itself in a intra-imperialist policy struggle. And 3. The violent, terroristic counterinsurgency campaigns to crush revolutionary struggles throughout the expanded U.S. empire. It is a particular trait of Euro-American left revisionism to blur these three phenomena together, while picturing itself as the main victim of U.S. imperialism. This is an outrageous lie. When we actually analyze the repression of the CPUSA, it is striking how mild it was, more like a warning from the Great White Father than repression. Great White Father? In contrast, the Euro-American left pictures its role as one of steadfast and heroic sacrifice against the unleashed imperialist juggernaut. Lynn DeCaux, a former CPUSA activist who was publicity director of the national CIO, recalls in self-congratulation, The United States was now officially launched on a bipartisan Cold War course with the appearance of a popular mandate. Every vote against it was a protest, a promise of resistance. Without this effort, few American progressives could have held up their heads, like those Germans who No, he didn't. Okay. Like those Germans who resisted the advent of Hitlerism. The Americans who opposed Cold War imperialism were overwhelmed, almost obliterated. Perhaps they were not smart to throw their weak bodies, their strong minds, their breakable spirits up against the trampling onrush of reaction, but they did. This is easy to check out. DeCaux says that he and his CPUSA compatriots were almost obliterated, just like those Germans who resisted the advent of Hitlerism. Just to throw some light on his comparison, we should note that the casualty rate of the German communist underground against Nazism was almost 100%. Hundreds of thousands of German communists and communists from other European nations died in actual battle against the Nazis and in the Nazi death camps. In Italy alone, the communists lost 60,000 comrades in the 1943-45 armed partisan struggle against fascism. Were DeCaux and his CPUSA compatriots almost obliterated, like other communists who fought imperialism? Oh, he's Duncan. In 1947, DeCaux was forced out of his comfortable job as publicity director of the CIO and editor of the union newspaper CIO News. For many years thereafter, he worked as a paid journalist for the CPUSA in California. He was never beaten or tortured, never faced assassination from the death squads, never had to outwit the police, never had to spend long years of his life in prison, never knew hunger and misery, never saw his family destroyed, never was prevented from exercising his rights as a settler. Throughout, he went to public demonstrations and worked in bourgeois elections. DeCaux was arrested and had to face trial. He won on appeal while out on bail, had to give up his prestigious job and salary, and was threatened by U.S. government disapproval. Truly, we could say that the average welfare family in Bed-Stuy faces more repression than DeCaux went through. Damn. Crunched him. The U.S. government repression that almost obliterated the CPUSA, in DeCaux's words, was a series of warnings, of mild cuffs, to push Euro-Americans back into line with imperialist policy against the USSR. There were no death squads, no shootouts, no long prison sentences. The CPUSA wasn't even outlawed, and published its newspaper and held activities throughout this period. The CPUSA at the time usually called this repression a witch hunt because it was a government's campaign to promote mass political conformity by singling out communists for public abuse and scorn. It was not repression of the usual type in which the empire tries to wipe out, to eliminate through legal and extra-legal force an entire revolutionary movement. Oh, my throat is collapsing into a singularity. Not repression of the usual type. Finna eliminate. Oh, I did it. I used the. Necula asked me to stop using AAVE words. Okay. It was not repression of the usual type in which the empire tries to wipe out, to eliminate through legal and extra-legal force an entire revolutionary movement. In 1949, some 160 CPUSAers are arrested and tried under the Smith Act for advocating the overthrow of the U.S. government through force and violence. Of these, 114 were convicted. With 29 CPUSA leaders serving federal prison sentences of 2 to 5 years. 2 obscure CPUSA members, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, were executed amidst worldwide publicity and an atomic espionage hysteria. Some 400 non-citizen radicals, most of them Third World members or allies of the CPUSA, were arrested for deportation under the McCarran-Walter Immigration Act of 1952. Many of these radicals later won in court. This warning harassment by Washington totally broke the back of a supposedly communist party that counted 70,000 members in its ranks in 1947. In contrast, the American Indian movement, just at Pine Ridge, sustained casualties between 1972 to 1976 that were quantitatively greater than that of the CPUSA coast to coast during the entire 1950s. At Pine Ridge alone, AIM, American Indian Movement, okay. At Pine Ridge alone, AIM has lost over 90 members killed and over 200 imprisoned. The Nationalist Party of Puerto Rico in 1950 to 57 alone suffered many times the losses in dead, injured, and imprisoned than those borne by the CPUSA during the entire McCarthyite period. For that matter, both SNCC and the BPP alone, Black Panther Party, I don't know what SNCC is, also sustained far greater casualties from struggle in the 60s than the whole CPUSA did during the 50s. What was so great, so large, so historic about the slap that the CPUSA suffered was the loud panic it caused among the pampered Euro-American left. An empty drum makes the loudest noise. Wow, Duncan on these donuts. This mild repression knocked the CPUSA clear off its tracks. In a panic, their leadership concocted the delusional 1 minute to midnight perspective, which held that world nuclear war and total fascism were about to happen. Peggy Dennis, wife of party leader Gene Dennis, recalls the shambles of their focus on survivalism. The FBI knew, the news media knew, the remnants of the people's movements knew. Our party had taken a severe beating under the assaults of McCarthyism. The Smith Act arrests and imprisonments, the continuing anti-communist hysteria. It was really on the defensive. But the almost fatal blow was self-inflicted when the party leadership took the whole organization on the ground, placing control of daily operative, financial, and political decision-making into the hands of this subterranean structure. Shmeemer. Thousands of militants in the labor movement, former anti-fascists, New Dealers, Progressive Party activists, former communist members, went into personal underground, dropping out of all activity, rebuilding lives in enclaves of suburban and urban obscurity. What was most telling is that for 4 years, the CPUSA structure went underground, not to wage renewed and heightened struggle, but to passively hide until full bourgeois democracy returned. Their whole movement surrendered and fell apart under the first pressure from Washington. They never even faced any rural repression. They weren't willing to gun down police in the streets, SMH my head. Ahem. When Russian Prime Minister Khrushchev made his disillusioning revelations about Stalin's rule at the 1956 20th Party Congress of the CPSU, it was just the icing on the cake. Once a white workers' vanguard and later a mass party for reform within the oppressor nation, the CPUSA had finally been reduced by U.S. imperialism to a thoroughly housebroken and frightened remnant. From 70,000 members in 1947, the CPUSA evaporated down to 7,000 in 1957. Working-class radicalism had effectively ceased within the settler society, and its former main organization had politically collapsed. The capitalist newspaper headlines of that day paid little attention to that phenomenon, however. The media of the late 1940s and early 1950s was preoccupied with the larger aspects of this same imperialist campaign to... The media of the late 1940s and early 1950s was preoccupied with the larger aspects of this same imperialist campaign to whip up Euro-American society for the global confrontation with communism. The bourgeoisie then demanded only the most rigid, reactionary, and monolithic outlook from its settler followers. All had to fall in line. This McCarthyism was aimed not so much at the bottom of settler society, but at the middle, at purging the ranks of generals, educators, congressmen, diplomats, and so on. All government employees had to sign new loyalty oaths. We must remember that the infamous U.S. Senator Joseph McCarthy never harassed revolutionaries. His targets were all U.S. government employees and officials, from army officers to clerics. In a telling statement, the well-known liberal journalist George Seltz wrote at the time, "There is fear in Washington, not only among government employees, but among the few remaining liberals and Democrats who hoped to salvage something in the New Deal. There is fear in Hollywood. There is fear among writers, scientists, school teachers, among all who are not part of the reactionary movement." Oh, I don't know why I emphasize it like that. Among all who are not part of the reactionary movement. So that McCarthyism reflected a power struggle within the imperialist ranks between liberal and conservative forces, as well as being part of the general move of the empire to tighten up and prepare for world domination. In no sense was this 1950s repressive campaign directed at crushing some non-existent revolutionary upsurge within settler society. At the same time, on fronts of battle outside of Euro-American society, U.S. imperialism was conducting the most bloody counterinsurgency campaigns against the colonial peoples. This had little to do with the CPUSA, and the rest of the oppressor nation left. The case of Puerto Rico, clearing the ground for neocolonialism. It is generally known that U.S. imperialism chose neocolonialism as the main form for its expanding empire in the immediate post-World War II years. In 1946, the U.S. Philippine colony was converted with much fanfare to the me on my throat. I'm gonna stop after this chapter. This appears to be the last subheading for this chapter. So, okay. In 46, the U.S. Philippine colony was converted with much fanfare to the supposedly independent Republic of the Philippines, to this day occupied by major U.S. military bases. In 1951, the Puerto Rican colony was converted into a commonwealth with limited bourgeois self-government under strict U.S. rule. What is less discussed is that neocolonialism is no less terroristic than colonialism itself. Neocolonialism, after all, still requires the military suppression and elimination of the revolutionary and national democratic forces. Without this political sterilization, after World War II, imperialism's local agents would not have been able to do their job. This was true in the Mexicano-Chicano Southwest, in the Philippines, and other occupied territories. The 1950 U.S. counterinsurgency campaign in Puerto Rico is a clear example of this. It also gives us a comparison to further illuminate the CPUSA by. By 1950, U.S. imperialism had decided that its hold over Puerto Rico would not be safe until the Nationalist Party was finally wiped out. That year, U.S. Secretary of War Louis Johnson spent 3 days in Puerto Rico planning the counterinsurgency campaign. The puppet governor, Munoz Marin, was told to arrest or kill the nationalist leaders. Police pressure on the revolutionaries increased. Nationalist Party leader Don Albizu Campos was openly threatened. U.S. Congressman Vito Marcantonio complained on October 19, 1949. The home of Pedro Albizu Campos is surrounded day and night by police patrols, police cars, and jeeps with mounted machine guns. When Dr. Albizu Campos walks along the streets of San Juan, he is closely followed by 4 or 5 plainclothes policemen on foot, and a load of fully armed policemen in a car a few paces behind. Every shop he enters, every person to whom he talks, is subsequently visited by representatives of the police department. A reign of terror descends on the luckless citizens of Puerto Rico, who spend a few minutes talking to Dr. Albizu Campos. I'm going to check how many pages are left for this one. Around 132. Okay. Just a couple. By late October of that year, the colonial police had begun a series of incidents of ever more serious arrests and raids against Nationalist Party activists on various charges. Finally, in one raid, police and nationalists engaged in a firefight. Faced with certain annihilation piecemeal by mounting police attacks, the nationalists took to arms in the Grito de Jayuya. On October 30th, 1950, nationalist forces captured the police station and liberated the town of Jayuya. They immediately proclaimed the Second Republic of Puerto Rico as more uprisings broke out all over the island. The defeat of the Second Republic required not only the police, but the full efforts of the colonial National Guard. It was an uprising drowned in blood. The seriousness of the combat can be seen from the Associated Press dispatch. National Guard troops smashed today at violently anti-United States nationalist rebels and drove them out of 2 of their strongholds with planes and tanks. Striking at dawn, troops armed with machine guns, bazookas, and tanks recaptured Jayuya, 50 miles southwest of San Juan, and the neighboring town of Utuado. Fighter planes strafed the rebels. They had seized control of the two towns last night after bombing police stations, killing some policemen, and setting many fires. Jayuya looked as if an earthquake had struck it, with several blocks destroyed, and most of the other buildings in the town of 1,500 charred by fire. Another guard spearhead was racing toward Arechibo to crush the uprising there. Even in defeat, the heroic nationalist struggle had great effect. In the 1951 referendum for Commonwealth status, Governor Marin could only muster enough votes for passage by falsely promising the people that it was only a temporary stage leading to national independence. The revolution had exposed the lie that colonialism was accepted by the Puerto Rican people. Throughout Latin America, mass solidarity with the Puerto Rican struggle blossomed. In Cuba, the cause of Puerto Rican independence had won such sympathy that even the pro-U.S. Cuban president, Carlos Prio Socaras, sent off a public message interceding for the safety of Don Albizu Campos and the other nationalists. The Cuban House of Representatives sent a resolution to President Truman asking that the lives of Don Albizu Campos and other captured leaders be guaranteed. In Mexico, in Central America, throughout Latin America, the 1950 Grito de Jayuya stirred up anti-imperialist sentiment. The defeat of the patriotic uprising was followed by an intense reign of terror over all of Puerto Rico. In addition to the many martyrs who fell on the field of battle, some 3,000 Puerto Ricans were arrested by U.S. imperialism. Many were sent to prison under the infamous Little Smith Act, which the 1948 Law 53, which made it a crime to advocate revolution against the colonial administration. Many were charged with murder, arson, and other crimes. One woman, for example, was sentenced to life imprisonment for having cooked some food for her One woman, for example, was sentenced to life imprisonment for having cooked some food for her husband and sons before they went to join the uprising. The neo-colonial Commonwealth scheme was only possible because of the terroristic violence used by U.S. imperialism to pacify the patriotic movement and the Puerto Rican masses. It isn't difficult to see that the level of imperialist repression inflicted upon the Puerto Rican nationalists was qualitatively far greater than that used in the CPUSA. It is somewhat obscene to even compare the two. It is enough to say that U.S. imperialism had to use tanks, air attacks, machine guns, mass imprisonment, and terror to crush the Puerto Rican nationalists, for they were genuine revolutionaries. What did the CPUSA and the U.S. oppressor nation left do in solidarity to help their supposed allies in Puerto Rico? Absolutely nothing, and less than nothing. The CPUSA's main response was to concern itself only with saving its own skin. A single Euro-American imprisoned with the nationalists after Jayuya, the anti-war activist Ruth Reynolds, did more in solidarity with the anti-colonial struggle than did the entire CPUSA with its thousands of members. For years during the 1930s, the CPUSA had won support from Puerto Ricans in the barrios of the continental U.S. by posing as proponents of Puerto Rican independence. In order to win over Puerto Ricans, the CPUSA pretended to be allies of the Nationalist Party. One Euro-American CPUSA organizer in New York's Spanish Harlem recalls, the main issues were unemployment and Puerto Rican independence. Viva Puerto Rico Libre was the popular slogan. The nationalist movement in Puerto Rico, headed by Pedro Albizu Campos, dominated the politics of El Barrio. In 1948, CPUSA leader William Z. Foster made a well-publicized trip to Puerto Rico, in which he met with Don Albizu Campos. Afterwards, Foster wrote a mass pamphlet on poverty in Puerto Rico, the crime of El Fanguito, to show CPUSA solidarity with the nationalists. But when U.S. imperialism unleashed its counterinsurgency, when the revolution joined battle with the mighty U.S. empire, where was the CPUSA? On its knees proclaiming its loyalty to the U.S. empire, begging in the most cowardly fashion to be spared by its masters. On November 1st, 1950, the second day of fighting, two Puerto Rican patriots, Griselio Torresola and Oscar Colazo, attacked Blair House in Washington, D.C., the temporary residence of President Truman. This bold, sacrificial action against the U.S. tyranny occupied the headlines in newspapers around the world. Joining the rest of the oppressor nation media, the CPUSA's daily worker, also made the heroic attack on Blair House its main front page story. My throat. Okay. This issue is completely revealing. Tucked away on its inside pages as a second-rate story, the CPUSA's Daily Worker routinely reported the revolution in Puerto Rico and gave some very routine, lukewarm words of sympathy, but on its front page, it carried an official party statement on the Blair House attack. That statement was signed by CPUSA leaders William Z. Foster and Gus Hall. It was not only under a major headline, but the full text was printed in extra-large heavy type. And what was the meaning of this obviously very important statement? A cowardly and shameful slander of the heroic patriots Torresola and Colazo, and a cowardly assurance that the CPUSA joined ranks with the rest of their oppressor nation in supporting President Truman. The treacherous statement read, CP, a Communist Party, sails terrorist attempt in Washington. Like all our fellow Americans, we communists were profoundly shocked by this afternoon's report of an attempt to enter Blair House with the apparent purpose of taking President Truman's life. As is well known, the Communist Party condemns and rejects assassination and all acts of violence and terror, except if it's in Puerto Rico, and this can only be the act of terrorists, deranged men, or agents. With war raging in Puerto Rico, was it a shock for the struggle to be brought to the front door of imperialism? What kind of communists reject all acts of violence? What kind of anti-imperialists would join the imperialists in saying that the martyr Griselio Torresola, who so willingly gave his life for the oppressed, was either deranged or an agent? This disgusting statement was transparently begging U.S. imperialism to spare the CPUSA. Far from being the main victims in the 1950s repression, as they so falsely claim, the Euro-American left were still housebroken accomplices to the crimes of U.S. imperialism. They were the U.S. empire's loyal opposition. Okay, I gotta stop. My throat. It's killing me. Is Nekio still alive? Yeah. I could raid Hanao. But Hanao's been going for 13 hours. I'm gonna... I did raid Hanao, or not Hanao. I did raid Nekio last time, I think. Wait, no. Who did I? Oh, I raided Sussy. Maybe I'll just ask how long he plans to be live. Huh? I was gonna decide on whether to raid this one or that one.
I'm watching Nekio right now. Up to you, baby. I could raid.
Hmm. Okay, yeah, I'll just read it. I'm pretty sure everyone here already knows both Hanao and Nekio, so it probably doesn't really matter who I read into out of those two. Okay, I'll just go ahead and I gotta spread the love or whatever, or her, or her. And if Nekio is still alive when Hanao ends, he's probably just gonna raid into him anyway. So, you know, okay. Yeah, I will finish this tomorrow? Question mark. Yeah. If not tomorrow, then the day after, because I might take a day off, and that means I'll be able to let my throat recover a little more or whatever. Maybe. Yeah. Now it's doing drawing right now, I think, but he said he might switch to gaming, so yeah. Okay, bye-bye. Good night. Don't forget to take your pills. Pills here, grabbing pills. Don't forget to sloppy kiss your friends. Don't forget to eat dinner. Don't forget to drink water. Don't forget to brush your teeth. Yeah. Okay, bye-bye. Bye. Jingle jangle. Yeah.